Hello, everybody. Fuck. I keep forgetting. I'm just trying to turn on all of my lights. I don't know what the fuck they're talking about anymore. Fex said that Vaughn was getting canceled. I wanted to quickly show you guys before we get into this. This is day 5. It's a droid. On the advent calendar. Day 5. Yay. It's right here. There's his home. Yeah. Sick. Oh my god. What the fuck? It's fine. What? Who said they're waiting for me?
Vaughn.
Wow.
No, I was saying now we're
People's
waiting for
time?
break. Oh, and I claim a reward, but I get stuck on the loading screen. That's nice.
Ah. Didn't you say you were waiting for me?
Yeah.
So you essentially asked me to ready up. So why did you try and claim a reward when I was readying up?
I don't know.
That seems like your fault, Vaughn.
No, what are you talking about? Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun.
Well, I hope you guys are loading in and ready. 'Cause I'm not.
Yeah, I'm just watching a battle bus.
I see you here. You're fine. You'll make it. It'll be
Hi,
okay.
Peck.
Hi.
That is so cool. I don't know how they did that, but that's so cool.
Where are we going?
I haven't been to this place.
Oh. Okay.
It's one of the first places Brent and I went, I think.
I think you're right.
In fact, you know what this location reminds me of? Yeah, I don't know if you remember. It's from season 7. It's called Frosty Flights.
Nope.
No? No. Oh yeah,
Nope.
you didn't really play after that, huh?
I stopped early chapter 1, like probably season 4.
Oh.
Wow.
There's a lot of people here.
That would be fun.
Yeah. Yeah, you're not wrong. We're not.
How many people make?
Lagging.
That's
we're fine.
not good. I haven't even landed yet. Go away.
Got him.
In case you're wondering, this isn't fun.
It's fine, it's fine. Oh crap. Whoa!
It's fine. Oh crap.
No, I just heard
Sounds
it
like
again.
Sounds like everything's fine.
There's literally a lot of people shooting right by me.
Yeah, that's how it works. Fucking full ass lobby, full of people right here. Fuck.
You guys doing alright over there?
Yeah,
well,
never better.
I am not near you guys right now. I needed to grab a gun before I went into all that shit.
I need more
Sneezes.
Russian.
Excuse me. Thank you. Fuck.
That didn't sound pleasant.
No, it wasn't.
Speaking of Pleasant, we're actually supposed to get Pleasant Park back.
Fuck you.
I have one health.
Fuck you.
This am I going?
Yeah, I feel that. Oh, fuck. I threw this down and it
Got
didn't
him.
fucking register that I threw it down. There's that guy and that guy. There's a few people, buddy. Guy right there. Uh-oh.
How the fuck did you hit that?
Don't die, please. I do not have the ability to come help you guys right now.
Ah! Brett, I might have to throw you.
That's fine.
Oh,
Oh, fuck.
dude, you're a fucking dick. Leave me alone, man.
Oh,
Jesus Christ.
straight up ended you. Hey.
I literally threw you.
Yeah. Oh, they're rebooting. They're rebooting their friend that I ended. Fat, come right here.
Don't die, Brett, don't die, Brett, don't die.
8, 6. Oh, careful. Nice.
Oh,
I'm at
two.
2. Oh, God.
You need it more than I do.
Oh, yeah, I do. Thank you.
Fuck, man.
Barely, but yes. Thank you. You okay?
Holy shit, no.
Oh, God.
I got out of a fight with no shield and 1 health.
What happened in this room?
I don't know.
Jesus Christ. Ah!
No,
Apparently
no.
I'm not going into that room again. Uh-oh. That's really not
No, it's
good.
fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Oh,
Is it?
yeah. It's so fine. I'm getting out of here.
Okay, that's fine. They haven't seen me. I'm fine. I would like something other than just a fucking shotgun, though. Did you get fun? Oh shit, you got fun.
Yeah.
Nice.
No, whenever you're ready to get the fuck out, you have the ability to. You should do that.
Well, I definitely don't have the ability to do that. They're back to full capacity. I was about to say, I hope that's just you.
Yep. Ah.
They're following you.
Nope. This is somebody else.
That's fine. They are still following you.
Oh my god.
All 3 of them are posted up. Oh fucking hell!
Use the juice, the slap juice.
Oh yeah, I have flat juice.
Excuse me. Sorry.
Are they all going after you?
That was nasty.
I sure hope so, and also I hope not at the same time.
Sir.
Oh, that helps me get away.
You should be able to reboot me, Britt.
I should not be able to reboot. Not right now. Not with them.
No, that's fine. I'm kidding.
Fun.
Okay, don't do that. Well, you got a truck there, so I mean.
I do.
Are they
Blame
still
Vaughn
there?
if this doesn't work. No, they can't. They went after you. They straight up went after you. Well,
Good. I think.
shut the fuck up. Fucking.
Everything
Ah,
okay?
shit, really?
Wait, what? Why is it like
I
that?
don't
Are you
know.
kidding?
Oh no!
Oh, Britt!
Shit! Ah!
Britt?
Ah, fuck!
Oh my god!
I'm stuck.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! I need to run! Oh Oh my god. That's so
Doesn't
funny.
sound like things are going good over here.
I don't know what you're talking about. Everything's perfect.
How many people are fighting you? Who's attacking?
Well, I think I saw a whole trio. I genuinely don't know. Cool. They're coming up on the zipline though, Feck. Be careful. There's a zipline, like, over that way that they came up on. Vaughn? Oh, fuck, really?
Whoops, sorry.
Come on.
Fucking distracted me again. I'm on my way. I'm on my way. I'm on my way. I'm on my way. I'm on my way.
Yeah, that's what that sounded like, yeah.
Okay.
There's a DMR
Ooh,
if anybody wants it.
Splash medic. Eat.
Thunder, I don't want a thunder. I like the Maven so much more.
Guys, I have a shield keg. We should find a place to hide.
Hey, Britt.
What?
You want a corner in the crowd? Like...
Vaughn, were you distracted when we rezzed you?
Yeah.
My
yeah,
dad
yeah,
called
was.
me. In fact, you might as well take it.
Oh yeah, this one piece of corn's gonna do so much.
And slash. Okay. And there's a chicken.
Where's the chicken?
Come here. Get up. There he goes. He was literally dodging all my bullets. You son of a bitch.
Because you have a pistol, not a tactical SMG or anything.
There's actually people! Ah!
I told you they were coming at the fucking zipline! Oh, shit.
Oh, yeah, Britt.
Fuck you.
Oh, fuck.
Fuck you.
Fuck.
Ah! Fuck!
Got him.
Sorry.
Britt, are you okay?
That was loud as shit. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean for
Are
it
you
to be as
apologizing
loud
to
as
your
it
mom?
was.
She's staring at you.
No, I don't think so, but I'm shocked. Oh my god, that scared the crap out of me, dude. I did not know he was there.
Feck. Here you go.
I have some right here.
There's things being rifted.
Yeah, over here. It's Meowskulls and his yarn. Kinda cute. Hi, Meowskulls.
Don't destroy his yarn.
Wait.
I thought he was about to fuck you
Oh.
up.
Oh. I literally thought the so too.
Meowskulls is like, fucking my yarn, bitch! Ah, fuck.
Vaughn!
No! Not again.
You guys
Not
stop using those.
You know, this time it wasn't
Hey,
me, so
buddy.
I'm
How
okay.
you doing? I had to join in the front because of Brett.
And now Feck needs to do it to both of us, which is the problem.
True.
Uh-oh.
First,
I'm
you
just gonna grab these so we're safe.
Want to slap juice?
At least so I'm safe. I don't care about Vaughn.
Drinking this juice
I'm
wanna
safe.
make you slap your mama. Don't actually.
Hello?
Hello?
Hi.
No. What?
What?
This flag. Does this just mean that it's somebody else's flag and we can't do anything about
Yeah,
it?
somebody else got
yeah,
it.
somebody got it. Yeah.
Interesting.
Don't even fucking try it.
And he's up.
Yep, I am up. No! Leave me alone. Hey.
Oh
Yeah,
shit,
stop.
he can follow you.
Ah!
You broke the satellite, Feck!
You don't need it.
Fight.
How dare you, man. Alright, well, that's the last of those, so.
Aw, really? Fuck.
Oh, really? Damn. Don't even try to bite me, you son of a bitch.
What is that? What is happening? What is that? Is that... Feck, was that you?
Yeah, shooting? Yeah.
Yeah, okay. You just slapped you back.
Oh, look. Oh.
Vaughn!
What just happened? What?
You just murdered a wolf.
Oh,
Me too!
Oh
I didn't
my
think that was gonna
God.
happen.
What the
Holy
fuck?
shit, man.
Hey, don't worry, this is a simulation, right?
Bro?
Don't worry, this is a simulation, right?
What the hell?
Yes, everything in here is a simulation except for that wolf. That was
Except
connected
for
to a
the
real one, and
animals,
you just
bro.
murdered it.
No, they're a simulation, you know.
The
What are you
animals
gonna
are
say
not a
yourself to not be a piece of
simulation.
shit, Vaughn?
Eventually, I see them adding cows. Hopefully. So we can see them flying around like tornadoes and stuff.
You see them adding cows? Oh shit!
I can see them adding cows someday, yeah.
Crap,
Like literally,
why not?
if they do that, then that'd be cool. More splashes. Where is this fight coming?
Those are gunshots that aren't us.
And this is the guy that is down. Bye, bitch.
I don't have any arrows. Help.
Ooh,
Anybody
purple
got
scar.
arrows?
I do. There you go.
Thank you. Oh, there's a hammer.
Hey, Feck, do you want the Excalibur rifle?
Nope. I want to not die.
That's fair. Ah! There's a person on me. There was a person.
Smack!
Where the fuck did he go? Oh well. I'm there.
Smack! He's knocked. What? He's not dead. There's no way this guy's not dead.
Fuck out of here. Back, are you okay?
Yeah.
Where's the other guy? There's a reboot!
I was gonna ask if you grabbed that crown or not.
I did, yeah. Oh, he's rebooting?
Yes!
That's unfortunate.
Maybe that's where the guy I saw was? I didn't hear him though.
He ran away. I say we just
Where's
get
the
out
hammer?
of here.
Yeah, let's get out of here.
Pretty smart idea, honestly. Alright, smart idea. Yeah, guys. Yeah, smart idea.
Oh!
I don't know where they are. I can't do anything with what I got. Holy
Bitch.
fuck, hi.
Yeah,
How are you?
Not good.
There's more people over here, apparently. Lots of stray grenade just came over here. Fuck, what?
Come here, bitch. Got him.
Nice.
Well, there's an NPC, so you didn't get everybody.
I'm unstoppable, Peter Parker. Wait, he has a hammer. Ah!
Holy shit! Yeah, there he is.
Bye.
Over there, Feck, you see him?
Yep, I did. I don't want to die to him.
35.
Nice.
He's the last person?
Oh, that was it.
Holy shit.
Feck has a crown win.
Well,
Let's
I mean,
go.
oh damn, I don't have any.
I picked one up.
Yeah, he picked one up.
That's sad.
You gonna ready up it?
I did.
No, you didn't.
says
Yeah,
we're
I
not.
did.
It said fuck you.
Fuck you.
2 minutes later.
I pressed the ready up button. You guys gotta wait for a fucking 10-second countdown for some reason.
Well, 10 seconds are up.
Well, yeah, and I'm ready. Bitch.
Are you ready?
I need a
We
new
have
controller.
2 hours.
Dude, I don't blame you. 2 hours
You
of
know
what?
what? Blame me for what? Till everybody else gets on.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, literally, I don't blame you because I need a new controller too.
Oh,
Mine's
no.
so old.
After this game, I need to clean up downstairs a little bit.
Okay.
So after this game, unless we win it, I guess.
Damn.
Once we lose our crowns, I need to, clean up downstairs, so I'll just end my life and spectate you guys.
Alright. We're going.
That's it.
This color makes no sense to me anymore.
What color?
Purple. I'm not purple. I'm never purple. I
I'm
don't
not
understand
blue.
this color.
So now I'm thinking about it. Since our island is in the middle of space right now,
Yeah.
are we actually gonna find Earth, like home, or are we just still trapped down here?
It's a good question. There's a lot of people landing here. Why is there a lot of people everywhere you pick one?
I don't
Yeah,
know.
Vaughn, what the fuck, dude?
Pick better places, one.
I don't think there's any better places unless it's an OG location, and people would land there instead. Wow, Britt,
Not
you're in
good.
trouble. What did you do?
Not good. I don't know, but I saw the person who put the bounty on me.
Got one. Oh, that's not close.
Bye!
Guys, I need help.
On the way, Fick. On the way, dear.
Fuck you.
Thank you. Holy shit.
There's one more guy.
Here comes the last guy.
Where the fuck is he?
Ooh. He's below you.
Jesus Christ.
Get him.
Oh, nice.
With a fucking pistol. Get out of here. Okay, well.
That's when the
Where's
guy
that
put a
flag?
bounty on me, man?
Oh, you need that more than I do. Here. Nope, don't use that. Yeah.
No, I don't need that more than you do.
Oh,
Dude,
there's
look at your
another
health
person.
compared to mine.
Yeah, I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'll be fine.
Got him.
You better still be taking that fucking shield.
I am.
Oh, this pistol's so awesome.
Rocket launcher! Let's fucking go! Hey guys, do you trust me?
Yes.
It depends.
Well, that's not a friendly answer.
I mean, you say you have a rocket launcher, so it actually depends.
So that's not what I meant by do you trust me?
Well, my answer's now changed. So.
That's not what I meant. I didn't know I pressed that button.
You guys want two purple scars and a thunder shotgun?
Yes, because I only have green right now.
There you
Yeah.
go. And there's a shield keg. Just for me, I guess.
There it is.
Actually, I'll save that. Oh, hi. Welcome.
Hi. No.
Don't you fucking dare.
Fucking Christ. That's not what I wanted.
That is what
This.
you want.
There we go. Oh wait! There were splashes there and I didn't pick them up.
Sure. I was gonna ask if there's an upgrade bench, but I see one.
Yeah, I would open up your eyes, bud. Open
I
them up.
didn't see the icon.
Open them up, buddy.
Oh, purple pistol, hell yeah.
You say hell yeah to a purple pistol. These pistols are not good.
They're actually pretty good.
Actually good.
I like those normal pistols so much more.
I mean, I do too, but these aren't bad.
Bye, guys. Actually,
Isn't there another bike around here?
I have no idea. Is there?
Oh, hi, Britt.
Well, I didn't mean to hit you. I really did try and brake.
Yeah, these bikes are super bad at braking.
No, you literally gotta move your analog stick back.
Oh, I
I
missed.
knew that was gonna happen. I had a feeling. I had a feeling. Wee-hee.
Sorry.
Thank you. There's an arrow on my back. Wee.
This is so much fun.
Imagine a bike. Oh, Britt.
Huh?
Wait, you have a rocket launcher, right?
Yeah.
Oh, because I just found one. Ooh,
I don't know why I did it that
purple.
way. Hold on. Ah!
That.
Oh.
We got him.
Yeah, stuck.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
I also have tinnitus. Owie.
You have what?
Tinnitus.
Oh.
Where's my bike? Up here. Over here.
Augment, splash medic, or rifle recycle. I'm using rifle recycle. Might as well. Hey guys.
Hey, dude. How you doing?
Hey.
Fucking messing me up. There's another bike over here, too, Feck. Just in case you want on your own.
Ooh. Oh, somebody conquered the flag.
What is this?
There's another shockwave hammer if somebody wants it.
No, I didn't mean to do that.
Hello.
Hey, ah! Fuck you, bitch! Fucker. You fucker.
Holy shit! Oh! My back.
It's fine. I don't know what you're talking about.
Guys, my back hurts.
We can go for a bounty.
Yeah. I got a rocket launcher, so I'll just...
Zach, you good, buddy?
Yeah.
I saw you swerving around a little bit.
I mean, you got points for doing tricks, bro? That's nice.
But hey, I didn't even do any tricks. That's fine.
Question is, where are they?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't have a flame bow this time, so I can't like set that.
They're not in that
fire.
house.
Reboot.
They're not that reboot van though, are they? That's impossible.
Probably not.
Oh.
Maybe. Oh wait, Brie, you have yours, right?
Where's my bed? Here it is.
Let's go.
They're probably right there.
Oh.
You trusted Vaughn's bike?
It was my bike and he just stole it.
Hi. Bye. Oh, hi! How are you?
Oh, that would have been nice.
How you doing?
Damn it. I literally used the shockwave hammer to use the rocket launcher.
We got him, guys.
Did I get that kill or did Feck get that kill?
I think I stole it from you.
Fucking exploding it, bitch.
That's kind of sad.
Kinda sad.
Just
Very
kinda.
sad.
What up, bitch? That was a mistake.
My kill.
That was a mistake.
Feck fucking.
That was a mistake.
Took it.
Oh, no. No look.
Coming over there.
Hey. What up, bitches?
Oh shit. Alright, sure. Okay. On the bridge, under the bridge.
Whoa. Somebody's trying
He's
to
got a hammer, Vaughn. He's coming for you.
Yep, coming for you, yep. Got him. Got the guy who came for you.
Thank you, Britt. Oh, thank you for the assistance. I couldn't even think out the words.
Yeah, you're good.
He only knocked him, so there's
We
still
got
one
third
more.
party. Yeah, we got third party though. There's
I'm trying to-
the guy I knocked is under the bridge. Feck, if you can. Oh, never mind.
Hold on. I'm trying to eat a fish
Yep,
and
guys.
heal real quick. Hold on. I'll be there.
I can't fucking hit this guy for the life of me. It's fine. Hey, I hit him for 23. Nice.
Careful, there is other people.
Yeah, we know.
On my
No
way.
fucking way.
Oh shit. Oh, I don't have any more ammo. Fuck.
Bitch. Oh!
Yeah, Vaughn, I don't have any more. An AR ammo. I'm coming.
Big mistake, bitch.
Oh, I broke
Where'd he go?
him.
Where'd he go?
I don't know.
Oh yeah, pistol.
I get that guy. He's low. There you go. Nice.
Nice. Let's go sit back.
Hey, Feck.
Where's the
Good
reboot?
man.
I'm gonna drop. Britt, you can revive him. I'll drop my crown.
No, don't fucking drop your crown for him. He got a crown win.
No, well,
Do it, Vaughn. Do it, please.
Don't fucking do that.
Do
might
it,
as well.
Vaughn.
No,
Yeah,
don't
might as
save his
well.
crown. Don't save his
Might
crown.
as
Come
well.
on, come on, come on.
Don't
Might as
save
well
his
be
crown.
nice.
Don't
Remember,
save his
you
crown.
gotta be
I'm not
nice.
gonna reboot him. I'm not gonna reboot him.
Britt, please, remember you gotta be nice to me.
I don't have to be nice to you. We can choose to be nice to each other.
This is rude. Britt, please.
we can choose.
Ren, we're gonna die anyway, please.
Now the storm's coming in fact.
That's fine. Why are you like this?
Whoops.
Right.
Alright. I'll do it for real. I'll do it for real. Maybe. Jesus fucking Christ. Hurry up.
Well, that would have been done faster if you failed to do it twice, you know?
I didn't fail at all, actually. I meant to not do it. Uh-oh, I got people on me.
Oh.
I had a problem.
There you go, Fleck.
Guys, I got a problem. I wouldn't have been nice to him, Vaughn. He's never nice to you. Why would you be nice to him?
I'm always nice to Vaughn.
That is bullshit. That is such horseshit.
Fleck is part of the family. Come here, Fleck!
Go.
Okay.
Oh, man.
Hey, how's it going?
Oh, I hope Feck dies again.
Why? Why are you like this?
What the f- How did you do this, Vaughn?
Don't ask.
What? How did you- What the hell? What happened to
Thank
the
you.
bike?
Vaughn.
What happened to the bike, Vaughn?
The bike is fine. It just
What
needs
did
some
you
new
do?
adjustments, you know? It just needs some new adjustments. Okay. Britt, I got splashes.
Oh, that's cool. So do I. I was gonna. Okay, I wouldn't have wasted them because there's a med kit right here.
That's fine. We can have this guy join our team.
Yeah.
Oh, never mind. In fact, it was already in the move.
Well, my bike needs
It's
a lot of fuel.
Effect's favorite skin, by the way.
Hey, hit somebody over there.
Is there fuel? What is there? Is there like gas?
Hey, Effect, ready? Let's
I
do
don't know if you
this.
trust your driving.
That's fine.
See, he's
You guys ready
being-
to?
Yeah, holy shit!
What was that? Was that a rocket launcher?
Yeah, it fucking. What do you mean? What was that? Yes, it was a rocket launcher.
Vaughn, you stopped just behind the house, and I saw the rocket coming.
Oh my god. We gotta move.
Yeah, no shit.
You have other people to fight. Don't worry about us.
Oh. Damn it.
Come on. Someone get on the bike.
Yeah, Beck, get on the bike.
Beck.
I'm out of sprint. Hold on. Go.
Okay.
I'm in a bush. I'm healing.
Are they fighting somebody else? They're fighting somebody else.
Yeah, they're fighting other people.
Okay. We're good.
Oh, I thought I would save the people. They don't know where I come.
Careful. Good. Okay.
Oh shit! Our crowns! Our crowns! Our crowns!
We are less okay. We are less okay.
It's us and them now,
What's this guy?
so.
What's this
Yep. Yeah, it is. Got him.
Fucking dumbass.
What's up?
Shit.
Dick
Give me a
wads.
crown.
Gotta run. Oh, get out of here! Fuck me.
Britt, where you at?
Britt, where
Over
are
here.
you?
Over here.
Whoa!
Well, okay, I'm not actually in a building, apparently.
Yeah, you weren't.
Oh, what are you doing, you dumbass?
What are you doing? Wow, run!
Oh, I'm running.
Yeah! Here we go! Yeah! Dumbass. Where's the
Okay,
other guy?
one last guy. Right here.
Yeah! Oh, I think. my goodness.
Why did you have to save his crown?
Why not?
It wouldn't have mattered too much. These guys had crowns too, but like, come on. Don't save his crowns.
I know we're in competition, Britt, but you don't have to be mean.
Well,
we can
yes
still be
I
friendly.
do.
we can still be friendly.
Nah. There are no friends in competition, Feck.
There are plenty of friends in competition.
Nah. Especially not if you keep muting, bitch.
I just noticed he muted too.
The mute rule, motherfucker.
What? Sorry, I couldn't hear anything over the sound of betrayal in my friendship.
Oh, well, guess what? You keep muting.
Yeah, because I have to talk to Shy.
Muting is rude.
I have to mute sometimes.
Muting is rude.
I just realized the starting island is nowhere to be seen.
Alright, Vaughn, pick a place.
No, you pick a place.
Nope, you pick a place, because every place you pick sucks, but we always survive, so.
You know what? Fine. Frenzy. Frenzy Fields.
Frenzy?
Alright, if we die, it's your fault.
Britt, you remember Frenzy? Frenzy Farm?
Yeah, I remember Frenzy Farm, yeah. I miss Frenzy Farm.
I actually miss it too. Did we have a farm in Chapter 3?
Yeah.
What was it? I couldn't remember.
I can't remember what
It was, I think it was called Grim Gables at the end. I don't remember what it was before.
There's so many. No, Grim Gables was the
haunted house.
What? No, Grim Gables
Yeah, but it had,
was
like,
the mine shaft.
Well, it was.
Yeah, but it had a farm outside, didn't it?
Oh shit! There's a bunch of
It might
people
have
in
had
here.
pigs and stables, but that's hardly a farm.
Had like crops
The
and
Grim-
stuff, yeah.
The Grim Gables house was supposed to be a Stranger Things collab.
I
Ow.
remember Grim Gables having a farm.
Okay. Somehow I'm alive. I'm alive.
Yeah, there's so many people here, guys.
Stand up.
And we still have crowns.
What the fuck? What the fuck? He's
Vaughn?
You can fuck off. You can definitely fuck off. Why do you have a superhero skin? That skin's so old. Take it off.
You good, Vaughn?
No. Got
Yeah, I
killed
think you
by
knew the answer before he asked it.
I'm not okay because I got killed by a fucking sweaty superhero skin. They should really ban those skins, honestly. Oh, I eliminated somebody. Yay.
The customize your superhero?
Yeah,
That skin?
That's a great skin.
No, they're fucking stupid. They're like the morph suit people.
They're more of the sweaty type skins. And I bet you that the next sweaty skin for like competitive and stuff is gonna be what's her name? What is her name in like tier 60 something or 70 something?
I don't know. I bet it's
Vampire
Deku. I bet becomes the next sweat skin.
You talking about the Vampire Hunter girl?
No, the other one, she's like wearing a baseball shirt.
Oh.
Okay, I have no idea.
I forgot.
Dusty?
Is it Dusty? Yeah. I think it's Dusty. I don't know.
Run. Away. 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 Opposite direction of
Away.
all that shit.
Away, my friends, away!
Actually,
Yeah,
I mean,
let's
Feck,
go, Mario.
if you wanna go over there and like die, that's fine.
Why?
Damn.
Why do you want me to die, bro? That's
You can lose your
Okay,
crown.
these
I'll
tractors
reboot
are so
you,
weird.
but you know, lose your crown. That'd be nice.
Yeah, I lost my crown anyway, so somebody already took it. I kind of want to get my revenge.
no.
Why not?
You do not have
because
the weapons or the
yeah,
ability
you
to
don't have
get
the
revenge right now.
firepower or the friends for that
Ooh,
at
I got the
all.
greatest pistol of all time.
Well, that's
Instant nades.
dramatic. That's a bit much.
No, it's actually the truth.
No, it's
No.
fucking not. No fucking
crap, I can't
way.
use my-
You are
can't
such
use
a
my thing.
liar.
What do you mean?
Nope.
Fine.
Oh shit!
No.
You're getting chased. You better run. We got a feck hammer. Feck is on a hammer. Oh, finally I got it.
That's cool. Bye, Feck.
Bye.
Right, time to run. Everybody supersonic racing, gotta get your feet right up there.
Forgetting that I have to do augments every other game, like every game. Like I can't just like have my augments from last game. I have to fucking create new ones.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Really annoying.
Beck, I knew you were going to do that, you son of a bitch. Beck, you threw a chair, you know that?
It's for throwing me off a cliff.
Oh, I
Damn.
saw people.
Hey guys,
I taught a putty cat.
Hi, Britt.
taught you tall putty cat.
See, why did I say that in Spanish?
See.
See, mi amigo.
I didn't shoot. What? Oh, you shot.
Yeah, that was me.
Beck, are you okay?
No.
He heard a shot and he got confused.
It was a shotgun shot as soon as I put my shotgun away, so I was just...
Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Serpentine. Sorry, Feck.
You good? Ha! Hit him for 27.
Oh shit! Nice. Oh
That'll
shit!
show
I
you.
got there. sorry. I'm going. I'm trying.
Car flipped. My car
Are we
flipped.
gonna get Ron killed again?
No, it's fine. It's fine. I'm cool. I'm good.
What do you mean we're not doing it? It's not us. Oh shit. Oh, shit. It's not. It's literally not letting me go. Feck. Feck, are you okay?
I'm fine. I'm
Where are
fine.
you?
Keep running.
I can't.
Hell yes.
Oh fuck me. Okay. Well, I had two
no,
guys with
Britt,
hammers
no.
on me. Now I'm dead. Fuck. I think we got third party. There were too many people in that shit. There were too many people.
Oh, this place got fucked up. Yeah, what's up?
Are you okay at the moment?
I'm mostly alright, yeah.
Yeah, he ran like a coward.
What?
I was coming back for you. I was gonna fucking help you, and you fucking
said I was
run
good.
away.
Alright.
Well, that's not good.
That's not good at all.
They're camping me too.
They are.
Right
They
next to my
totally
fucking
are.
card.
Are they really?
Yep.
Oh shit. Oh, you got it, Feck?
Yep.
Nice. Oh, I'm a dumbass.
I don't even have a crown anymore. This isn't even worth it. This isn't even worth it, Vic.
Vaughn, where you at?
On the truck. I'm about to head your way. Right now. Feck.
Yeah, what's up?
Vic almost ended his whole life. Vic almost fucking went off the edge. Oh my god.
I'm still radiating hammer energy.
You are, and I don't understand why.
Proud of you, man. You did an amazing job.
Why are you guys so separate? Oh, in fact,
Trying to find
fucking
the
widening the gap even more.
No, Vaughn's like right there. He's almost
Hey,
here.
Feck, how you doing?
Hey.
My bike. Oh, never mind. There's
Your
a
bike
whole
had a
bunch
flat
of bikes
tire.
over there.
Wait, what, Feck? Did you say I have a flat tire?
No, Britt's
No,
bike had a
my
flat
bike
tire.
had a flat tire.
Oh. What the fuck?
Wait, don't help me or anything, Vaughn. It's fine.
No, no, I'm gonna help you. Now we need to get the fuck out of here.
You need to
Feck,
get
Feck,
out of here.
We all need to get the fuck out of here. Or somebody shows up.
People are already flying in.
I mean, fucking guns, I don't
Uninvited.
care. As they're talking like I
Somebody's on the
didn't
bike.
just get rebooted.
Oh, it's a general chest.
Get off my bike. You fucking
Nope.
diss me.
Britt, I didn't... Why?
You dissed me. You left me.
When did I diss you?
You left me.
It's
You
not
left me to
dissing you.
fucking die as soon as. Are you okay, sir? As soon as I was like ready to come after you, ready to fucking help your ass, you fucking run away from me and leave me to die.
Britt,
Did I scare you, Feck?
Fucking asshole.
Britt, come here.
No,
Britt,
no,
Britt, I can fix this.
nope,
Britt, please.
nope.
Okay. I thought I
Can't
died.
fix anything. You literally
Do
left me to
you
die.
want shield, Britt?
Britt,
Oh wait, yeah, I do want shield. Hold on, come back. Oh shit. I do want shield.
Take those two, and then I'll use the 3 splashes.
Better earn my crown back. Better earn my crown. If we don't earn my crown back, we don't deserve to win another crown win. Oh, that assist. Alright. Hey guys, how you doing? Hey! Hey! How are you? Ah, fuck!
Oh! I'm sorry, Britt!
Fun!
That was my fault. That was my fault. That was my fault.
What the hell?
That was my fault. Sorry.
where are you going?
What the
I'm sorry.
heck?
I didn't think that was gonna hit you. I'm sorry.
Allie! Sure.
Oh, okay. What is it?
Alright, I'm coming. I swear I'm coming. I'm here. I swear. Hey guys. Oh, no, this is just one. Wait, where the fuck is Feck? Why is Feck all the way down there
Away from you
alone?
guys?
What the fuck? Ah!
I'm here,
Well,
I'm here.
Shit. I got stuck.
Oh my gosh.
Ah! No, don't go upstairs. What the fuck? Oh my god. Alright, anybody getting on the bike?
Yeah, hold on.
I'm gonna go up to zip line.
Why are you going up the zip? Why are you going up there?
I don't know.
You don't need to go up there.
Why not?
I didn't want to do that. Oh, okay.
It's running away.
Alright, go ahead.
Oh, I did not mean to. Oh, you want me to try?
Yeah, that's fine. Okay.
Ah!
Sounds like Vaughn needs help over there.
Yeah, it
No,
does.
I just
You're right.
used a hammer on somebody.
Oh,
Where
okay.
is it? This is bitch at.
He was
Bitch ass hat.
Kamehameha rage man. Nice.
Yeah.
Can I get that shotty?
Yes, you can. May I take your blank?
You have a hammer.
So do you.
Well, I can.
Fair.
Well, I can
That's
use.
not the point.
I can use a hammer and a blank. He said
That's not. You know,
Yes.
you're right. You're right, Ben. That's not the point. Oh, I'm so happy we didn't take damage from that shit. I was holding my breath for that. Should I be
Ooh,
silent
another
for this?
bike.
Maybe?
Oh, I
I'm
want to
just
do
gonna
something.
come up here. There we go.
Wait a minute. This ain't right. Guys, wait, hold on. Stop for a second.
What?
Look in the sky. And look where I'm looking right here.
It's fine.
No.
It's fine.
Feck, that's not fine.
There's a crown down there.
Feck, explain your definition of
Get your crown. Get the crown.
Get it, Feck. You can get it.
Okay, don't die. Oh my god, don't
I
die!
missed the crown! I missed the crown! I missed the crown!
Yeah, you did.
29, 28, 28, 28, 27. Oh, they missed the blank! That's the guy! That's one of the guys that killed you guys. That killed Brit.
I killed you guys. You realize that you and I are the ones who died, right?
Hey, bitch.
Come on, there's a crown.
Shoot that guy. There we go.
Nope. Oh,
Oh,
never
no,
mind.
there isn't.
Bye.
Oh, damn it.
That's not good. Oh, Vaughn, there's a guy behind you. Guy behind me.
Pistol power!
Fuck, guys.
Oh, Brett, I can't get up there.
Fuck.
Brit! What
I got
happened?
fucking jumped.
I can't get up there.
Yeah, you need to find a way. Another way, Feck.
Well, Vaughn can get a fucking crown, I guess. I got jumped by the Mandalorian and a Chung-Li.
Oh
The
shit!
Chung-Li
Oh
was
shit! Oh shit! Oh
so
shit!
close
Oh
to
shit!
death.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit!
so
Oh shit! Oh shit!
upsetting.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Yep, Vaughn's dead.
No, they can't hear
Hide in
me.
the bush,
They
hide in the
can't
bush,
hear
hide
me.
in the bush, hide in the bush, hide in the bush.
Frick, they know you're in a bush.
No, I think they're just trying to end
Why are you trying? Why are you killing me? Stop it! Son of a bitch. They're the final. Wait, Feck.
Now they know.
Nice. Hammer away.
Yeah, that Chung-Li was super low before.
Wrong character, but nice. Feck.
Wasn't that Chung-Li?
No, that was Sakura from Street Fighter.
Oh, I thought that was...
Yeah, her name is also Sakura, which makes no sense. Damn. Fucking
Yeah,
third party.
we got third-partied while I was paying attention to you guys. She was super low before, though. I was so upset. Oh, they were the only two in that fucking party, too.
In fact, did you realize that you're mute?
Yeah, I had to talk to Shy real quick.
Oh.
I went back to lobby.
Yeah, me too.
Wait, Britt, did you forget to do something, I'm guessing?
No.
No, Britt has to do the thing she said she was gonna do.
Yep. The Peerless Parasol. That's actually fucking cool.
That's not bad.
Mm-hmm.
You can use it for a couple Marvel characters, honestly. So cool.
Oh, you guys remember that glider for the Q Queen? The stairs?
Yeah.
Well, Geno has the same thing. You can use it for any character now.
Nice.
Yeah.
I am gonna ready up and then kill myself immediately and spectate you guys while I go clean downstairs.
Oh,
Can't you just sit out and have us do duos?
Half the time it doesn't let me watch.
Ah.
And I don't want stream to just be, nothing.
Sure. Okay. Well.
That's nice.
Let me fix my preset real quick. To be Christmassy.
Were you not already?
I mean, my character was, but the rest of it wasn't. My glider and stuff weren't.
Oh.
What is with these pictures with this new AI app that makes you very, I don't know, it gives you like an art style version of you.
I don't know. It's just a trend.
That's not good.
It's a weird trend.
Oh no.
Luckily, you guys don't hear me through my controller. So, hi.
Hi, welcome back. Hmm? Christy Alley has passed away at 71.
I don't think I know who that is.
I don't know who that is either.
Who?
Rest in peace, honestly.
Christy Alley?
Was it crispy? Like chicken?
Yes.
What the f-
I think he said Christy with a T.
Yeah. That's what I said.
Well, it sounded like you said crispy, like crispy chicken.
Crispy chicken.
Crispy chicken. Now, question is, should I mute my microphone just in case somebody decides to tune in?
Maybe? Would they say anything?
Maybe.
Would they just walk in your room and just start shouting expletives?
Megan might, honestly. Oh, Feck chose somewhere?
Yeah.
I thought we were letting Vaughn choose again.
Dude, what the hell?
We don't have crowns now, so.
So you don't care.
we have nothing to lose if I choose, you know.
Well, I'm gonna land at the top of this mountain and kill myself.
But can you at least kill yourself, like, closer to us somehow?
Oh.
So we can pick up your card and reboot you when you get back if we need?
I guess. Right.
Does it way farther than expected?
You guys make it.
Throw yourself off of this.
Was that tall enough?
It should do some damage.
Yeah, it's tall
Might
enough.
have to climb back up, but you know, it'll be fine.
If I can find impulses first, I'm golden.
No, that's actually a far drop. Yeah, it's a far drop. You can just jump. Just sprint and jump.
Guys, I got goodies. For whoever decides
I
to
found
find my
impulses.
body. Oh, nice. For whoever decides to find my body, I have goodies.
There you go.
Peace.
Somebody already getting shot?
I killed somebody. Or knocked him. Not killed. No.
So yes, you're shooting somebody.
Yes. Whoa, what the fuck? It's kind of sad that we literally have to watch Brick die.
Vaughn, where you at?
Over here. Right by Brett.
Let's destroy this truck.
What? Oh.
Oh, great.
God damn it. What did I do now? I didn't do anything. I think the game didn't like me watching our friend die. Yeah, that's the reason. I wonder if you could try to go towards like the end of the map.
Maybe we shouldn't find out right now.
I'm so curious, but not right now. Oh, Feck.
What's up? What'd you mark?
There's a llama.
Let's go for it.
Here, there's a bike over here. Okay. Gotta get used to
You need me
this.
to drive?
Oh, that's fine. Yeah. Oh, okay. $433 damage that I dealt to the llama.
Somebody shooting us?
I don't think so.
I keep seeing things.
This upgrade push is literally inside, almost inside the porta potty. I need to lock this thing. Okay. That didn't work. That didn't work. Come on, game. Unlock it.
Where are you going?
I'm trying to unlock this area, but I won't unlock it. Oh, it's probably because I have to go down here. Eee. Oh, wow. That counted?
I guess.
I guess, yeah. Yay, landmark discovered. It's like having fun going up the hills. Landed it. Landed it.
Feck,
Yep.
Feck, are you paranoid without me? A little bit, Brent. A little bit. Vaughn has almost gotten me killed on this motorcycle like 3 times, so.
Tokyo Drift?
It's not impressive on ice.
Sure.
Sorry. Sorry, Vaughn. I'm so sorry.
I don't think I can. Oh! Okay, so Papa Will's everything.
Alright, that was impressive. I'll give you that. Don't drive the bike into it.
Oh!
Ah! Not a rift. Not a rift.
Wait, this is the Shadow and Ghost Henchman. Ah, who's shooting at me? Where are they from? I'm number 82.
That guy.
Nice. Wait. I just realized. Where did the bike go? Oh, it's over there.
No, I drove it somewhere.
Bounty's getting closer.
Where are you at?
Right over here. Right by the bike. Just in case, Feck, we might have to go. You know what? Fuck it, let's go. Oh, I didn't mean to do that.
I almost took you out.
I love that you can actually do tricks. That's an SMG. Oh shit! Almost took me out again, huh? Oh!
What the fuck?
Feck likes hurting his
Jesus.
friends.
Oh, hi!
I don't like hurting my friends.
Yeah, we're just
Are you back,
riding
Rick?
Hurting your
along.
friends.
Are
Am I
you
back?
officially back?
Yeah, for now.
For now? Okay. We'll reboot you over here.
So reboot?
Yeah, you can. I want to order food, but that's really it.
Huh?
That happened. Oh my god.
Sure, why not reboot on the bike? That works.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good.
You know, just riding along, you know?
Yeah. See that? I'd like a yay! I
can grab the
literally
pump
just
while
about
I'm
to
on
say
the
I would like a
bike.
key. Let's go.
I grabbed the pump while I'm on the bike.
Nice.
Oh yeah, that's
Fuck, if
cool.
only I had a key for that too. Oh,
Like
shit.
actual bikers.
We're actual bikers. We are bikers. Bum ba dum bum 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 bum.
That was bad. That was so
I
bad.
know. Britt, where are you? Britt. Oh.
What the fuck do you mean? Where? Wow.
What? Wow.
Wow.
Alright,
Oh,
don't worry.
wow.
One more is gonna be charged. One more is gonna be charged. Don't worry.
Bro, you missed me twice.
Who's that? Slash me.
Like, how did you do that?
The world may never know. I just
Is your
realized
bike
our...
Vaughn and you just fucking left it? The fuck?
Oh, there's another one. Oh,
That's
wait.
mine.
So,
This is my
don't worry.
favorite. Wait, was that? Did I just hear a key? I just heard a key. It's in this. It's in this. It's in here. I want the key. I'm going back. Whee! I need a shotgun. Let's go.
He's back at him. Distance.
What happened to you guys?
It was having fun.
Oh, sorry.
Hell
Didn't realize it was coming.
yeah! Oh, okay. Okay, ready? I don't even know where to
There's
go.
Vaughn, there's a person right in front of you. Turn.
Oh, yep.
What the?
Next storm is
Where
that
you-
way.
Fake, where are you going?
Next storm is that way. Next circle.
Really?
Oh.
Person up. I mean, there was a person over to the right, so if we go over to the left, maybe we should be okay.
So this way, we'll be fine.
Yeah. Ooh, maybe we should.
We're not gonna make that.
You know, well, shit.
Everything's fine. Everything's fine. You got up. You jumped. Where? Go on. We should go. Just drive away.
Yeah.
Just
please.
drive away.
Fine. Fine. I got it.
There's fighting up there.
Whoa!
Whoa, what? Oh, there you are.
I literally threw a grenade at me. Holy shit! I'm in panic mode. I'm in panic mode.
Where? Holy fuck. There's someone behind us?
Oh my god.
Yeah. Like southwest. South.
Oh my god, there's so many people.
Oh no! No!
Fuck you.
No! Oh, I'm so glad this
that
came in
guy
handy.
should've died.
Oh, damn it.
I didn't know there was a whole fucking team here.
Holy crap! I don't know what I'm gonna do. What am I gonna do, guys?
I don't know, I had really good
No,
weapons.
you came by
so
and
now I
started
don't.
that fight.
Wait, what?
You came by and started that fight.
What fight? I don't remember starting a fight.
You don't
Fine.
remember
I'll
hightailing
find my
it over
way.
there and fucking
you don't remember
grabbing all
driving
the
by people
attention?
shooting at you in the area we were in.
That doesn't ring a bell to you?
No, because I
No.
was still at that one location.
You literally drove right by us, huh? I have it on stream.
Okay, like. No! What's up, bitch? You missed.
Wow.
Alright.
It's fine.
I'd just
Yeah,
I'd
that's
just go
what
if I
fine
were you.
sounds like. That's definitely what fine
Oh, are
sounds
you
like.
kidding me? I didn't mean to switch
Oh.
seats.
That's the guy that I got pulled by too.
God damn it, I didn't mean to switch seats.
Oh.
I just got the chills.
Nice.
Why does McDonald's never get the dipping sauce of honey right?
It's a good question.
Yeah, I don't know.
I order honey. Straight up honey. And they're like, yeah, you know, it sounded like you wanted this instead? Honey mustard instead?
Do they
You know-
have just honey?
Yep.
I never knew that.
Yes, sir.
I mean, that's honestly that's why I like honey mustard better.
That sounds like a Florida
I
thing.
hate honey mustard. I like just pure honey, and nobody fucking knows how to put it in a McDonald's order.
Alrighty.
Alright, Brett, where are we going?
That's where, why not? Vaughn's fault if we, Vaughn's fault if we die.
No,
And it's
we're gonna
yours
survive.
if we win.
No, we're gonna survive. We will survive.
And if we survive, it's because of Brett.
Yeah.
For agreeing to go there.
For agreeing, yep.
You know, that's actually a valid point.
We're gaslighting Vaughn into giving the credit away.
That's fair. This castle, Britt, tell me why this castle kind of looks like the agency from season 2.
The what?
The agency.
Castle right
Agency.
here? Yeah.
I did not
That looks
hear
like-
agency. I heard something completely different that I'm not willing to repeat.
What'd you hear, Vaughn?
What was it? What was it?
Or not Vaughn. What'd you hear, Brett?
I'm not willing to repeat it. So it's fine. Everything's fine. Don't worry about it. Everything's fine. Hello. How are you? Oh my god. Hey, get over here. Hey, get over here, bitch. Get over here, motherfucker. Oh. Alright.
Hey.
Whatever. You just stole my
Don't
kill.
worry, guys.
That's fine.
I'll be there. I'll be there
I
in a
guess.
couple.
Thanks for
I
that.
didn't realize that was yours. I saw a guy showed up in front of me and like shot him in the face.
Yeah, with like fucking 20 whites left.
I deeply apologize.
Fuck.
You can steal mine here if you want. Hey, don't run.
Oh, I don't even have really any ammo left. That's why I
Oh,
was chasing him with my
he's
pickaxes.
super low. He's super low and he's about to kill me.
Ow!
What do you mean he's about to kill? What do you mean?
Yeah, I'm not hurting him. Okay, well I hurt him.
Thank you, Britt.
Okay, well now I need help.
What the fuck happened?
Britt,
What the fuck is going
come
on
to
with
me
you
first.
guys?
Britt, come to me first.
I'm literally dead.
Fucking shoot him!
Mm.
I didn't shoot him.
Wow, Vaughn, we lost.
That was on me. That was on me. Either way, I was gonna fight people, and I was closer to Feck. But my aim was directly on his face, and my shotgun shot to the right of him.
Oh no.
Oh, I'm so definitely gonna lose this matchup.
What matchup?
Yeah, the fuck are you talking about?
So me and my coworkers are doing this fantasy football thing where we grab different players from the NFL and then we build
Right.
a team,
Yeah.
get an amount of points, and then we win, or if you lose, whatever. It's just for fun. And my next matchup is against one of my coworkers, and he has a lot of points. So yeah. He has 141 against my 105, so that means I'm gonna lose.
You got this, Vaughn. Just you can do it. I believe in you. Tell your players to play better. Call them up on the phone in real life and say, "Hey, play good, or I'm gonna fight you."
Like, you know what's funny is that this is actually based off like actual real games.
Call up the
Yeah, I know.
players in real life?
Yeah, so it takes the players like stats in real life, how they do during
No,
the season,
no.
and then it gives them to you.
You were saying call up the players in real life?
Yes.
I know what fantasy football is.
Yeah. So call them up and tell them to play better, so you can win.
You know, I wish I could call up the Chicago Bears to start winning games now because they haven't been winning lately.
I want to do like a fantasy league type thing.
I don't watch enough sports to do that, so.
Yeah, that's my problem, is that like I want to do something that we all know and watch. But I don't think we have anything that we all know that's like
so you know-
stats-wise.
Is there a fantasy esports league we can all get into?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, like, maybe.
I'm landing at this building.
I'm landing here.
Yeah, me too. I'm landing over on this side.
There's a llama over there.
I'll land right here.
I picked the right
Perfect.
place. I got a rocket launcher. Let's fucking go.
Right. You might have. Oh, never mind.
Might have
Llama
what?
gone. There's a llama over here. I'm gonna try to go get it.
Whoa. My graphics just showed me a pump.
Yeah, it does that.
What the I wish it was a pump.
I mean, technically, we got a phone.
Can I get a pump shotgun? That'd be dope as shit.
Where are you guys going?
To get this llama.
Ah!
Oh, no, we're not. Apparently. Bye, Vaughn.
I forgot
See you
could do
later,
that.
buddy.
I forgot they do that.
So did I until I saw you fucking leave.
Hot juice.
Run!
Let's hear recon.
Hi, Pack.
Hello.
Perfect.
Hi, Pack.
Holy shit!
What? Oh, okay.
Ah!
Why?
Why
Where's
did
that
I
guy?
sound like Luigi?
I don't know where that
He's
other
in
guy
there.
is.
Oh, God.
Holy shit! Wait, where did he go?
I don't know.
A ninja?
Oh, well, apparently I hit a slap girl. We have one more
I
rock.
mean, just camp his friend's card. He has to come back for it eventually.
Don't
That's
camp.
kinda fucked
Don't
up.
fucking... Don't be a dick.
They do it to us. They do it to us. Where you at, Brett?
I don't know. I lost myself.
What do you mean?
Thank you.
Oh.
Fun, I have shit for you too. Ah! Don't shoot at me. What the
Wait, come here, come here. Oh, wait. Beck, you're coming my way, right?
Ah! I'm getting shot at. Alright. Alright, guys.
Ow! You bitch. Okay.
Dickheads.
Oh, that went over my head.
Yeah, it did.
Owie! Like... Hold on, I'll be there just
Fuck!
in a minute.
This guy's low.
Brett, no, Brett, no, Brett, no.
Oh, son of a bitch. Try jumping. I'm on my way. I'm on my way. Beck, stay alive.
Where'd he go?
I have no idea. Never mind.
Coward.
Is he dead?
No, he's
No, he
fine.
ran away.
I killed somebody.
I don't know if my shotgun's still there, but I paid money for that one.
Oh, your
And
shotgun's
there's my,
Purple one?
Oh, yeah. Oh, there's my rocket launcher.
I got it. You start rebooting, Vaughn. Oh,
Alright.
that works.
Yeah, always works. I don't think it's gonna work.
Keep rebooting.
There's a person right there.
Be careful, bud.
Ooh. I'm gonna eat.
Reboots have been.
Alright, Brett, I have your shotgun. I'm coming to
Did
you.
you get him, Feck, or no?
No. But I scared him off.
No, he's just bitch.
Cause he's a bitch.
Just
Oh.
little bitch.
Oh,
There's another person nearby.
nope, that's him. He's still hanging out.
You realize that you are dead motherfucker when you're flying in the air. Sorry, buddy. I'm sorry, buddy. One last shot. He's one shot. I mean that literally.
Who's one shot? Where? What? Oh,
He's
he
bouncing
fucking,
away.
Yeah, he fucking left. Again.
I'm fucking chasing after him.
I went over this way somewhere.
I got slab juice. Full
I think
sprinting.
he got all of his friends' things, so I think he's just running away now.
Nope, he's right here.
Where? What? I see.
Bounced over there. Missed.
We're about to start
Roll
a
out.
drive-by right now. We're literally about to start a drive-by right now. I think he
Fine,
went
he went
already.
up the zip line, yeah.
Yeah, yep.
Fucking Christ.
Right up.
Oh, fuck me.
Yeah, bitch. Yeah, bitch, keep running.
He's still running.
Guys, we're
He's
just
running into the
storm
storm.
camp this guy.
Yeah. Let him see how it is. Where the fuck is he? Here we go. Where the fuck did he go?
I think we're just gonna have to accept the fact that this guy's gonna get away.
Yeah, unfortunately.
He's a runner, he's a track star. Splash
Oh
man.
my god.
Ooh.
Careful.
You guys almost killed yourselves.
Well, we almost fell into a cavern. I don't know if it would have killed us, but we would have been damn close to death if it wouldn't.
I did this. I kind of fell, but
Don't fucking follow us, dude.
Well, I was full sprinting, didn't think about it too much, you know.
We were just talking.
While
What do you
fighting.
mean?
Alright, I'm about to die.
Oh man. Yeah, we're all about to die.
Oh, feck, you need shield, buddy.
I need everything.
You need this and that.
Let me hide in this bush, because I have bush ranger, so.
Nice. I jumped over a chair.
And give that to Britt.
That's for you.
Hey, there's the reboot. That's our guy.
There's another. There's another one.
Yeah, that's our guy.
Yeah.
Oh, you lucky son of a bitch. Feck, did I just run over you?
Maybe?
Found them. You took those bites.
Yep.
One of them was up there too. I don't know if he's still up there or not, but if I saw him.
I get the feeling that was them that
Hold on.
targeted
Yeah,
us.
how much you want to bet they just took that bounty?
Yeah. This is again the same thing.
They just took that bounty, saw your skin, and were like, God damn it.
Just... Britt, me, you, splash.
Yeah.
Hello, welcome.
Oh, that's fine.
It's not.
Okay, come on.
It's not my fault. I can heal in bushes.
Oh, okay.
Careful
Nah.
for not being included.
It kind of.
Included in best friend.
There's another rift.
Yeah, I want to see what it was. Oh my god, where the fuck is this thing?
Where is it?
Is it down here? Yeah, it is. Oh, somebody's over there.
Oh,
Hello.
that's nice.
We gotta move.
One more.
Yeah.
Sure. I couldn't even get a right one.
Where are you getting shot at?
No, I'm shooting at someone. Oh, he's fucking flying away. Whatever. Everyone's a coward.
Oh, I mean, at least they're not spamming Rifticos, you know?
These are the ones who. These are the people who would be.
Sure. Right, you have a rocket launcher, right?
Yeah. Of course I have a rock.
Our bounty sounds closer.
Yeah. I bet they're in this town.
Britt, take this.
Or not.
Oh my god.
Sorry.
You're fine.
Feck.
So,
I have a slap juice, so it makes you want to slap anybody.
You're
I'm just gonna
supposed
full
to do
throw it
that.
to you.
riding a boar right now. We're fine.
There you go.
I'm getting shot at. Hello.
Oh, here, I'll hold it on to you. Oh my gosh, those fucking hammers, I swear. Don't get me wrong, those hammers are fun, but they're gonna be a death
He just
to us.
end himself. What's up, dumbass?
Oh my god, what the fuck was that?
Goodbye. Ah, run.
Feck, are you okay at the moment?
No.
I don't think he's ever said that he was
Oh,
okay.
keep on running. Oh, keep on running. Oh, keep on running. Oh, I got stuck by a tree!
We're okay. Oh, well, I wouldn't have done that.
50-50. Ah, you're missing your shots, buddy. You are terrible. Get out of here. Leave me alone. You're trash. Get out of here, kid. We're fine.
You're surrounded.
Oh, fucking hell. Yeah, we're fine.
Oh my god.
Where is he? Where'd he go? Ah.
Fucking dumbass.
I'm getting shot at.
Where's
Like a million miles a minute. Fuck. Where the
Oh, they
fuck
don't see
are
me. They
you?
don't see me. They 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 don't see me.
He's right here.
Oh, you son of a bitch!
Damn it.
Come on, man.
Oh no, he had way too much health.
Assholes.
Yeah, that's the guy who was beaming before who fucking ran away from me.
I mean, he's gonna die because there's other people shooting.
Oh shit.
Yeah,
I didn't mean to go
holy
back to lobby
shit.
this time.
What?
I said I didn't mean to go back to lobby this time, but I went back.
I didn't mean to either. God damn it.
Oh well. Hello?
With my controller?
Oh, that buzzing was
What?
you?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Really? I was wondering what the noise was.
I heard buzzing and then everything just fucking went silent. I'm like, what the fuck just happened to me?
It's like, oh, that's nice.
Yeah, love that
Visit-
buzzing noise. We're good.
So visit new named locations in a single match. It's 6. There are only 6 options.
I mean, we only have 9 locations on the map, sadly.
And only 6 of them are new, I guess.
Only 6 of them?
It says Lonely Labs, Breakwater Bay, and Frenzy Fields aren't part of that quest.
That's weird.
Why?
I don't know.
Those are all brand new. What do you mean?
Apparently not.
I'm kind of giving up on that mission. I was like, give a shit anymore. I'll do that in a solo match.
I'm just riding a bike. Different
Yeah,
locations.
I need to ride a bike for a little over 3,000 more meters anyway. Earn XP, creator-made experiences. So we go to creative, which we're doing tonight. Bounce with the shockwave hammer. I need to do 10 more times for that one. Okay.
You know, Epic should really cover the whole map in snow for this upcoming winter event.
Yes.
They did that for our first Winterfest.
Yeah. Or like chapter 2? Yeah, they did.
Yeah, my first, I guess, is what I should say.
I mean, I think technically for me it was like my second because I started in like season 7, chapter 1.
I technically
had
started in season 7, but I was only here for a week.
My first one was the most recent one.
Chapter, like 2 chapters ago.
Yeah.
And technically, we're in like what, season 23, if you want to say it like that.
What?
Yeah, technically.
Yeah, technically in season 23. Think
It's
about it.
10, 8, 4, and now 1, so yeah, 23.
Here we go. Sure, why not?
Okay.
It's like a little weakness.
Now we can blame Feck.
I still say we blame Vaughn for agreeing to do it.
No.
No, no. What we do is blame Feck for picking it, and thank Vaughn if we win.
Nah.
To be fair.
Why would we do that? That'd be weird. That'd be really dumb.
That'd be stupid. Why would anybody suggest that? I
Why
don't
would
know.
we do that?
I'm gonna land at the dock. That area. That area.
Alright, I'm gonna land at the castle.
What the
Yeah.
fuck are you coming, Vaughn?
It was a glider. That I had.
Oh, okay.
You know those little coral buddies that
Yeah.
that was at Coral Castle?
Yeah, I remember him.
That was the glider that I had.
Gross.
What the fuck type of rap is this?
Sorry, is somebody here with us? Brett, you got somebody coming for you.
Oh shit, hi. Where are you? Oh, he's cool.
Did you get him?
He's cool. Sorry, dude. Sorry, dude.
Oh, he's cool?
Hey. He's not trying to hit me. Hey, wait.
Hey!
Hey! Don't fucking shoot at my friend. What the fuck is wrong with you? I said you were cool! Bro! I said you were cool!
I'm just gonna, walk away like there was nothing.
I can't believe I vouched for that guy. I'm sorry, Feck.
Did you guys set the forest on fire?
I didn't.
Do either of you have fire?
No.
I have one, but I don't remember setting anything on fire.
Did you shoot with it?
I'm shooting at a person. God damn it, I ran out.
Did you shoot? Whatever. Yeah,
Damn it.
whatever. I don't
Get
care.
over here. Get over here. I'm gonna kill you. Where? Ooh. Got him. His name is 2 weeks 18.
There's a guy behind that tree. I got him, he's dead. Never mind.
My arm is itchy.
I got a hammer. Let's fucking go. I got a
the
fucking hammer.
magic in me.
Nah.
No? Okay.
Poor Vaughn.
Poor Vaughn. What's wrong with Vaughn?
I feel bad for him sometimes. We're so mean to him.
Why would you feel bad for him?
We're so mean to him.
What do you mean?
I was just singing, I got the magic in me. It's just like, no.
Yeah, that's not. I mean, not
Vaughn, come over
rude or
here.
anything. It's, nah.
I have a shield guy, get over here.
Alright.
You have 10 seconds for I'm using it without you.
Okay, listen, those 10 seconds won't help.
9. 8.
Well, I'll just waste those 10 seconds.
Ah, fuck. I wanted that. I wanted those minis. There, fucking Christ.
They're on it.
Fun! Come on. Ah!
Oh.
Oh, that was nice.
What the fuck?
It's hero time.
Oh yeah, we have a new thing.
Fuck you, Bun. Whoa, shit! Fuck you, Bun! Whee! Woo!
It'd be cool if there was another bike.
Oh, is there not?
No.
Beck, stay here. Oh, never mind. I was gonna... Yeah, stay on this.
Hi.
Come on. Get on the bike.
I'm running. Run.
Get on the fucking bike! Alright, sure. Yeah. Alright. Interesting. Fucking Christ. Hey, buddy. Why are you in the middle of the pole?
Am I?
Yeah. Yeah, you're not on it. You are in
Pole
it.
dancing. I think he just wanted to do pole dancing, you know?
Kinda what it looks like, yeah. I don't disagree with that. Oh, hey! There's another bike.
Hey, it's Jules. Hi,
I scared Mom.
Thank you.
There's a hammer up here.
I have a hammer.
Vaughn, if you want a hammer. Okay, fuck you. tried to be nice to you, and you just launched me across the sky. This is why we bully you, then.
Fuck. Jesus.
I take back feeling bad.
Take back feeling
Shit.
bad. Wow. You can't say that. This is why we bully you. This was enough. If I'm honest. There's a flash anyway, hasn't he? What the fuck?
Hey.
What is happening to the building I'm in? What the hell?
He's having fun, you know?
Oh, hello.
That guy's not having fun.
Oh,
If only you can shake down again. That'd be nice.
Rainbow.
Whoa, hello, sir. Come here.
Goodbye.
It's hammer time! Nope, I missed.
Good job.
It's pistol
At
time.
least I got an assist for that one. Fucking fact didn't let me get an assist on the other one.
Hey, bitch!
There's
Still
still one more
guy,
guy.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello,
Where's he
Mr.
hiding?
Boar. Bye-bye. I don't know, he's probably in one of these
There's the car.
like 3 buildings that Vaughn's gonna fucking tear down.
No, he's right back
No, I think it's a completely different guy.
Oh yeah, it fucking is. There's more people over there. No, I was gonna go over there and like wreck him, and there's a lot of people. In fact, you wanna come
I
with
think
me?
these are bots because they're totally not reacting to me shooting at them.
Okay, in fact, you wanna come with me?
Yeah, go. One of them went this way.
Oh, got him.
Well, Ron's stealing my kills again.
Ah! Fucking Christ. Nice.
Jesus.
It's fine, it all worked out, right? We all got kills, right?
Oh! Oh!
Good bomb?
Fuck is happening over there? Did
So
somebody just explode something?
Okay.
Yeah, Vaughn took a hammer to the gas tanks.
Bro!
Okay. Let me explain what just happened.
You mean let you explain how a hammer makes things go boom?
No. Okay. So yeah, I hit the hammer at the gas tank. It disappeared for like a second, and then that's when the explosion went
I
off.
can't even fucking fill up my bike anymore, you asshole.
So,
Who's still that guy? The little gas can. What color is it?
blue.
I have a purple one.
Oh, okay. Well, there's this. Oh, the storm's not gonna be getting us. We're good. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. There's a person over here.
Yep.
I'm gonna keep my hammer. There's a person over here.
You are a dumbass.
Fuck is
You
happening?
know that, right?
100 kill? Oh,
Did you knock
that's
him?
what he's doing. Nope.
Yeah. No, get over here.
Oh, he left.
Oh, you knocked him.
I'm not done with you, bitch.
Damn.
I said I'm not done with you, bitch.
What the fuck?
I said I'm not done with you, bitch.
I'm gonna go get my bike.
Did you get him?
Yep, I got him.
Yeah, he did.
Did he get knocked or did he just die?
He
Guys,
died.
we have 11
He
total
doesn't-
kills. I swear to God, if we don't win this fucking game.
Brick, don't say anything because then it's gonna fuck up. Please.
Alright, you're right. You're right. I shouldn't say anything, you're right. I'm sorry, though.
Now we're gonna win this game.
Uh-oh, well, now it's your fault. Now, fuck you, now it's your fault. Wait, guys, there's another bike right here. Oh,
Nice.
never mind. It's about to explode. Don't
Oh.
touch it.
It
You
looks
know what I
fine on my
realized?
screen.
Brick, you know
Oh,
what I
yeah, it
realized?
looks fine until I, rode on it. What's up?
Oh, yeah, you know what I realized, guys? That we don't have the repair torch.
Oh, fuck,
Oh, yeah.
really? Fucking
Yeah.
Christ.
Oh, shit. Hi.
The only time we
Yeah, we
didn't
can't-
need the repair torch was, when we had Chrome, because Chrome vehicles could heal themselves. That was it.
Yeah.
Person.
Yeah, I thought somebody was in the bush.
Nope. Just me.
Oh, shit.
I'm here.
I need to heal. Hold on. I'm fine.
Hit him a little bit. Nice. GG.
Good job. You're
Oh,
late,
okay.
Vaughn.
Hey. Yeah, a little bit.
Wait, it's
Wow,
never
that was
been
harsh.
this.
You're late,
There's a
Vaughn.
person over there. Very
That was
harsh.
harsh.
Already collecting loot, and then all of a sudden I just get fucked up by a hammer.
Fair enough.
Just get yeeted. Just yeets off the map.
Fucking stop. Jesus.
Yeets making a comeback.
Alright, so there's 3 squads left. I think we have a solo and a
I think
trio,
there's one
or
in
2
there.
duos.
There's a duo over there. So far.
Yeah, there could be more people. I don't know. Fucking
Hey, Britt,
stop!
you know what's
Oh, you fucking bike. What? What were you saying? I'm so
Hey,
sorry.
Britt, you know what's making a comeback?
What?
Yeet's
Are you about
making
to?
a comeback.
Oh, okay, I'm like, are you about to fucking yeet something?
No,
To make
actually.
a fucking point come
Feck.
across.
Come on. Go on, Feck.
It's a trio.
Oh,
That's
shit.
a trio.
It's a trio, huh?
Yeah, it is. Well, I hit one of them for 49. I have no idea who, but I hit one of them for 49. Red got down over 100.
Kakashi, fucking die already.
The red is also, very much so healing himself
Knocked one,
now.
knocked one.
Yeah, you did. Oh, fuck me.
Kakashi's one shot. Got him. Oh wait, no, he's one shot.
Fucking kill him.
Got him.
Nice.
Going for the hammer
Oh,
strike.
wait, Soul is going after him. Soul is going after him.
Oh.
Oh,
And
did he just
Brit-
fucking kill himself? What the fuck?
Yeah. Britt,
No,
you
he
can end
slid
him
down
with
the
the hammer.
side.
Bye. Woo!
Where's the guy?
By me.
Where'd he go?
Somewhere.
Oh, is that the solo?
Yeah. Wait, where the fuck
No,
did
it's
he
just,
go?
it's the red guy from the trio now. I don't know where he is, though. Found him! Found him! By the street. Don't kill him! Oh, that was my...
Sorry.
Damn it! Damn it, Vaughn! Come
Beat up
on!
Vaughn.
Alright, I gotta go pick up my sister.
You fucking steal my kill and then leave.
He's like, I
Take
gotta
it.
go now, guys. I gotta get out of here. Wow, man.
Ow! Ow!
Wow.
My ass hurts. Ow! Ow! Ow!
Good.
That's what you get for stealing Brett's kill.
Again?
Hmm?
Ow! Abuse!
That. Wow.
That's
Okay.
friend abuse, bro. What the fuck?
Yes. Alright, you guys go ahead. I will be right back.
Who are you playing with? Right now I'm playing with Vaughn and Feck, but Vaughn is leaving, so just Feck.
I'll be back in like 20 minutes.
You have 30 seconds. You better get there and get back now.
God, I wish I can supersonic speed over there, you know?
What are you? Oh, get him. Jackie's coming.
Nice.
Did Vaughn seriously just fucking leave? This bitch.
Yeah, he went to go
This
get his sister.
Wait a sec. Okay. You should still have that invite. Oh, yeah. Okay. Hi, Jack.
Hello.
Hi. Hello.
Well, now we don't have to switch out of trios, so that's nice.
Did you just say trios was nice?
I mean, we've been winning trios, so...
That's fair. And put your fucking crowns away. You want a sweater?
Yes.
It's a little don't worry about it. Your arms
Can I
are
have a
different
sweater?
lengths, right?
Of course.
Baby. Baby. Hello. Everyone else should be on in 20 minutes too, so.
Oh, yeah. I forgot. That was a thing.
Yeah.
Don't.
Don't worry about it.
The second I loaded into the waiting area, I instantly got sent to the game. Where are we going?
But no time wasted. Yeah, Jackie, where are we going?
What?
Pick a place.
There.
All right.
Alright.
I've never run there.
Alright, let's go.
Well, the good news is it's called Brutal something.
Bastion.
Oh.
Brutal
Oof.
Bastion. So, you know, it's gonna be fun.
So it's gonna be brutal, huh?
This is, where I almost won my first game.
Keep
Where I
dying.
got second
Well,
place.
I tried to get here.
You tried to get here?
I tried to get here, but yeah, but I keep dying.
That's fair. That's fair. I do that a lot. Oh my god, I have 3 shotguns. Jesus Christ. Hey, dude. Oh, fuck me.
Oh, Britt,
I'm dead.
what happened?
I had 2 people on me.
That's no good. That's also no good.
Uh-oh.
Help!
Hey, Feck.
No problem.
Hi, back.
No
Help!
problem.
Did I not pick up your car? I did. Okay.
Somebody fucking took the board. Oh, alright. Yeah, good job. Oh, there's like 3 people down there. You might just want to grab Moon and leave. Oh, shit!
See, I'm telling you, I always die here.
Oh, shit!
Oh, God! Oh, God!
Yes, just drop me. I'm
Well.
telling you, I always die here.
Well, you know.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay, it's okay.
I think, honestly, I think I'm the one that kind of derailed that shit. Right off the bat. Oh, that's so funny.
I didn't think I was gonna grab you, jump down, and
The
pick
things.
2 more of them. Now, I know I readied up, so game, would you please do that for me?
Yeah, I know, I did too, so like, what the fuck?
Yeah, same.
Back out and redo it. Fortnite, you need to fix your stuff.
Please. Epic, fix your shit.
Wait, what?
Fortnite needs to fix itself.
For real.
It got a lot more laggy.
Oh no.
Like, so much.
Oh, I think it's because of the new graphics.
Probably. So how was everyone's day?
Good, I've gotten a few crown wins today.
Fuck you, Feck.
Aren't we even, Brett?
No.
No?
Remember,
And
because
when
you
I gave
grabbed
you the
that
crown?
crown right before we won.
Right. And then I gave you one.
And we
Did we
lost
not
that
win that
game.
match?
No, we lost that game.
Oh. Well, never mind. I don't think it's finding the next match.
I really don't. I think
Should
you're
we
right.
go- Yeah,
I think
For me, it
Vaughn's
just
sitting in the
is
lobby
waiting
is
for a
fucking with
party
us.
leader.
Alright, let's go back to lobby and re-ready up.
Yeah.
Okay.
What the fuck? Vaughn, this is all your fault. Fuck you, Vaughn.
Vaughn ruined everything. Poor guy.
Ugh. He's the oldest currently here, I think, right? I mean, he could take it.
Yeah.
How old are you guys? I thought you guys were older.
Then
If I'm being
Vaughn, no.
honest.
No, Feck is 23. I almost
23.
said 32.
32. Shit.
It would explain how bad you're feeling all the time, right?
That's how I feel.
Yeah.
Jesus. That's how bad my knees are.
He's 23, I'm 21.
I'll be 24 in March.
Yeah, I'll be 22 next month.
In April.
You'll be what in April?
21.
Nice.
You're cutting out. I
Yeah.
could not hear you.
I'm
Oh,
getting
21,
drunk
nice.
tonight. Well, not tonight, but that night.
Don't incriminate yourself. No. Stop stream,
Not tonight.
stop stream,
The cops,
back out.
FBI.
Hey,
FBI, I promise. I said to
for
him,
legal reasons, that was a
me
joke.
what?
For legal reasons.
Yes. 100% joke. Boing, quonk.
Just kidding. JK, you
For
know.
legal
yo.
reasons, Moon lives in Canada. It's legal to drink it for me.
It was a yoke. It was a yoke.
She lives in Canada.
I'm not picking this time because I know I'm gonna kill ourselves.
Feck.
Alright, leave it to me. Don't worry.
Wait. Yeah. Absolutely.
Oh god.
Yeah, we've died every time we've come here, I think, except for last game.
Yeah, because last game we died in Brutal Bastion. Yeah, you're right.
Today I've just been in a laughing mood. I like it.
Hey, yeah, we like to laugh, you know. Smiles.
It's good sometimes.
Yeah,
You know,
until
Feck's
it
face
starts
just
hurting
hurts
your
a lot after
face.
that. Yeah, Feck's face
Yeah.
is just overly chronically pain after he smiles for so
You're just
long.
like, ow, ow, ow.
My whole body is chronic pain. What do you mean?
Yeah, exactly, including your face. Oh yeah, I died here after I got a rocket launcher. I remember this now. God, I'm so happy that they got the rocket launchers back. I'm so happy. I love rocket launchers.
Blubber.
Fuck?
Oh, there's fighting.
You good, Feck?
Somebody in this house? Hello?
No. What the fuck? Yeah. Ah! I'm fine.
They weren't in this
fine.
house.
I'm stuck. There we go.
Sorry. You good? No!
You guys
I killed
okay?
him.
Everybody okay?
Yeah, very good. Where's he at? Hey,
Someone shot me.
luckily it's a really bad shot.
Feck, you know how you said that everybody was okay?
Are you not okay?
Why did Moon scream?
Because Batman can laugh, but he can't shoot.
Oh, you guys got attacked by the Batman.
Batman is a bad aimer.
I wouldn't call it an attack, I'd call it, like, he aimed at us.
Did he? If you're saying that he's a bad shot, he obviously didn't aim at you.
And that doesn't mean he hit the shots he aimed, but, you know.
Fair enough.
Oh my god. Hey. Oh god. Oh god.
I got a hammer. Let's fucking go.
Where did he go? I lost him. I lost the guy. He was just with me.
I back. Oops, never mind.
Hey.
Just flash. Oh, okay.
Don't run away, you can use these too.
Alright.
No, show your face one more time. I
Nice.
dare you. Do it.
I was asking for it.
Question.
What's up?
What's up?
Can I cuss in your guys' stream
Yes.
or no?
Fucking
Yes.
please. Hi, how are you?
Pussy.
Moon was
Show your
looking for
face.
you. Moon was looking for you. Moon, out here.
Oh, you found him?
Out here.
He went inside. Oh god. He went outside.
It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. He's aimed at me, it's fine. Nice! Let's go! Whee! Oh. I just lagged. Okay, that was
I can see where the storms are
Yeah,
gonna
I
be.
saw that.
Yeah, that was interesting. What the fuck is that? What is over here? Hello? Who are you? Jellyman, hello, how are you? Hey guys, there's a whole
Bro,
bunch
I
of
was
slurp
just
barrels over
wasting
here.
so much mist.
Hey. Did he just put all those down?
No, he just like
What?
spawned here with all of them. You know how they have like rifts every now and then?
Oh, yeah.
He just like rifted with all of them.
Gotta make sure nobody else can use these.
Smart idea, Feck. That felt weird.
Do you think this would explode?
It will not. Sad.
Yeah, those are probably, and just so you guys know, yes, they will explode, and Feck is being an asshole for fucking still shooting at them. Feck!
I was still there, sir.
You went out.
Rushing reloads, sprinting while reloading, let's go! I can reload and sprint at the same time. Fuck yes.
Fun fact about the ones that give you a weapon, you'll get that weapon back if you respawn.
Oh. That's cool.
So for my explosive and shockwave bow, if I die and then get revived, I will spawn back in with an explosive bow.
Oh, nice.
Hmm. That's good to know.
How'd you figure that one out?
I died.
I died multiple times and I found out.
I understand.
I died and respawned. It was the time you tried to keep me from getting my crown back.
Oh!
But I was more focused on being mad at you about the crown thing than I was about, you know, spawning back with the bow.
I don't know what you're
I like
talking
how we slip on ice.
about. Yeah, I really
I like how it makes you run like 3 times as fast.
I do like the augments. Really fun.
Me too.
It would be funny if while you're running on ice you accidentally trip.
That'd be a terrible mechanic. You know how many people would be so mad? They'd be in the middle of a fight, they'd slip and trip, and then a squad would just eradicate them. And they'd be so mad.
Feck. You both need that.
Do we?
Well, I have a hammer, so I have a way of transportation.
Okay. Where are we going?
I don't know. We're in the circle right now. Doesn't matter, but... For when we need to leave. Oh, hello, how are you?
Hey!
Why did you fucking... What?
I got stuck, hold on.
What was that? I give you a gift of a bicycle and you fucking...
Well, to be fair, I didn't think I'd make it through the door. So I didn't expect to hit you, really.
You Feck. You're so mean.
Sure. Will this explode?
Oh wait, do you want the hammer?
Oh? Sure.
I don't like the hammer. I just had it because it was something that I could pick up and it was a good color.
Did we get a new?
Oh, there's a person right here. I haven't hit him yet. There we go.
Hit him for 53?
Hit him for fucking,
Oh, didn't mean to knock him?
For like 170 something.
Nice.
Oh shit! Sorry. My bad. I didn't realize he was an NPC. I thought he was running to one of his friends. Sorry.
Well, the good news is I didn't take any damage, so we're fine.
Yeah, that's very good. Sorry again.
You want the hammer?
Out of this?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Here's your bike. Are we
forgot
heading
to use
towards
the
danger
English.
or away from danger?
That is entirely up The moon.
What? No. No, I can't be the one deciding. I make horrible decisions.
Towards danger, away from danger. Just yes or no. Whoa, hello.
Okay, let's go towards.
Towards danger. Let's go.
The danger is the other way.
Oh. Well, you guys weren't saying anything.
Let's
I guess there is some danger up there. We'll go up there. There's danger up there. We can do that.
There's. In fact, there's no way up from there. Like, not even for me.
Wait, did I kill them? I don't know if I killed them.
Is there?
I'm blind.
I think you did.
I got them?
I don't think so. Where is he shooting at me from?
No,
Hey, where?
I didn't see anybody. Like, I knew.
Where is she?
Can't tell you. There's purple chickens.
He's gone now.
Where are the purple chickens?
Colorful chickens are back?
I haven't
Well, it's
seen
not like colorful chickens. Like the pigment of their feathers was purple.
Oh, he's not glowing. He's just.
He's just straight up purple. I don't know.
Oh, that is a good question.
Oh, well, you know, there's that, and there's also that. It's two of them. You know, why not? Why have you key? No, I don't. Sad. Ooh.
my favorite gun.
Careful.
What? Why are you saying turbo? Why?
No, you, sorry. For a second. I, cracked it. Oh, there we go.
Oh, God.
I see people over there.
There's a person up here. Ow, feck. Moon, right here. Careful, he's got a hammer. Nice.
Okay, come here.
Oh, no.
Oh, fuck. I need help.
Oh. Yeah, so does Feck. There's people right there.
Damn it.
Oof. How did we all die? I forgot I
My
was
guy
on
was
one.
11 health when he killed me.
Damn.
No. I was
So
trying to kill him,
depressing.
but he got
This
so
guy's
many
really
shots
bad
on
at
me.
moving around
Well,
with the hammer.
I went back to lobby, but whatever. But I need to go back to lobby anyways.
Oh yeah.
Readying up is stupid.
Taro is out. He's clocked out. He's taking up the entire bottom of the bed, so Shy can't stretch out.
Hey Vaughn, it's been 20 minutes.
He lied. He's a liar.
I'm sure it's gonna be 20 minutes.
My head.
I have to do 100 bounces with the shockwave. Are you fucking kidding me?
No.
I need to do 800 more meters with the spike.
You don't know what's great about the 100 bounces, Britt?
What?
That's stage 4, which means there's one
Yeah,
way
I
to
know,
do more
I
bounces
know,
than that.
I see. 500.
Can you guys help me pick one or two?
Probably.
What? What?
2.
Pick one or two.
Yeah, 2.
2.
Okay, thank you.
You just pick a Christmas back
Christmas back bling.
Yeah. Do you guys like sushi? What's your favorite type of sushi? If you guys do like sushi.
I don't eat sushi.
I don't eat any fish of any kind, so sushi is a no-go.
I eat shellfish, I don't eat actual fish.
I don't even do that.
Shrimp,
Which is gonna be really
mussels,
weird.
clams, crab, lobster, all delicious.
Which is going to be really weird down in Florida. I'm going to have to
Oh,
disappoint
yeah.
a lot of. I'm going to have to disappoint a lot of people, a lot of new friends.
you know, I would invite you to like Christmas Eve at my house. It's literally the Feast of the Seven Fishes.
Yeah, I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it.
Oh, who's shooting at me?
Oh, I thought that was okay. Come on.
All right, Brett, it's your turn to pick a place.
Oh boy. Let's
Make good decisions.
go somewhere that isn't named. Go over here.
Sounds good.
Oh crap.
Okay, where is everybody? Oh,
I'm-
never mind.
Oh,
Alex
yeah.
is getting on.
Oh, you meant them.
I saw.
I was like, what do you mean? I'm flying in. What do you mean?
Oh, no, not you. Everybody for creative. But, Alex is left.
I have a sword gun.
Nice. You know how people say, you shouldn't have brought a knife to a gunfight? You brought both.
I did,
Oh.
yeah. Hello.
Hello.
How is
Oh.
you people?
Good. Just watch Taro wake up with a sneeze.
Aww.
Was it like one of the rapid sneezes or just a skill sneeze?
It was two rapid
Oh
sneezes.
no, don't tell me I'm stuck with this fucking
That's cute.
sprint animation the entire please.
Like, I know it
You'll
kind
have
of
to-
hurts him, but like, the rapid sneezes are so fucking cute.
You'll have to activate another animation to get out of it, Britt.
Oh, did you guys just start this match?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Then I am going to make some loadouts.
Sounds good.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say, then I am gonna watch it. Whenever you decide to watch us, you
Why would
die
I do that when I can do
immediately.
something productive? Good idea.
Fuck you.
Not this time. We're doing too good today.
How many kills are you guys at?
Our win rate is still only 3, in fact. I wouldn't say that.
But we still have wins, yeah?
Shh.
But, you know.
Shh, I didn't know that.
Britt, come here. I
Alex,
have
you're
a
very
shield head.
lag.
Same.
Okay, you
I
fell
don't know
past me.
why.
Yeah, go down here.
Let me just disconnect and reconnect.
I said I have a shield gun. Oh,
Okay, how about now?
Hi.
hello.
Okay.
Hi,
I don't
okay,
hear us.
I'm going to leave the party and reconnect because I am lagging.
Okay.
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 You guys heard, like, lagging voices on his end too, right?
I
I
think
heard
that
my
was a
voice,
stream.
like, 3 seconds after.
No, because I
think
just
that-
returned.
Hi.
I think that might have been the stream.
You liar.
Hi,
You said
Jackie.
you were gonna be 20
no,
minutes.
it was on his end.
Hello.
My sister was
I don't
taking
think it was-
Hello.
her sweet ass time.
Okay, so am I good now?
No.
I don't know.
Maybe.
Yes. I got an early response from Vaughn.
Oh, okay.
No.
Is that a new animation? That's not a new animation. Oh, fuck me.
How was your guys' day?
I got a pink
It's
bike! Let's go!
She
anybody-
was so excited
Is
about that.
anybody watching Alex's stream right now?
Thank you.
I am not.
All I'm doing is working on a loadout. Why do you ask?
No, I'm asking because
heard echoes.
Beck was like, maybe the echoes are from someone watching your stream, but
Oh, no, I thought
it's
it was
just
just
coming off of your mic, and we're like.
I thought it would be
echoing
like he had
3
his
seconds
stream
after
pulled
you.
up.
Oh, do you have
Okay.
your stream pulled up?
Yeah, I was about to say, I'm looking at my mic settings right now, and you guys aren't. I don't.
Well, we're good now. So.
Okay, Alex, I'm gonna count 1, 2,
Okay.
and you say 3 after you hear 2. Okay?
Like right after, or like in the same speed?
Right after. Like it goes 1, 2, 3, and
Okay,
you
okay,
say
okay.
3.
Okay.
1, 2.
3.
Damn.
Shit.
Okay.
All right. I'll reload. I'll reload. I'm reloading. I'm reloading.
So, hey guys, I'm
Wait,
guessing.
did you say yes? Sorry.
Yeah, you can take that. Yeah.
Thank you.
You know, at least this animation makes me feel like I'm going really fast on the bike.
Oh,
Was that me? Was that
No,
me?
What the fuck is happening?
I jumped and just went back and.
I was like, oh crap, I'm dead. Oh god.
Oh.
No.
Oh my god, guys. Learn how to use a bike. Holy
No.
shit.
No. I don't want to.
Whee! I'm gonna drown this bike. Oh, okay, fine.
I'm gonna die.
It's fine.
If this is how you drive in real life, I'm gonna cry.
No, I'm a really good driver in real life.
Hold on.
I am. I've never wrecked once.
Okay.
I've never even backed into anything.
I believe.
uh-huh.
Oh
Jackie
no.
knows how
I drive reckless but safe.
I do too.
That's a
A
lie.
good driver. A good
What
driver.
do you mean? I probably would love to be in NASCAR right now.
Bro, you got in so many car crashes. I haven't even gotten in a single one except for my mom's.
Hello.
Hello,
Most of
Alex.
those are on my phone,
How,
Hello.
how's that about car crashes?
which is good.
Oh.
Brett, where you at?
We were talking about how we drive.
Oh, you're back.
Gotcha.
How do you drive, Alex? Are you a good driver or really reckless?
I would say I'm a very good driver, but I tend to speed a lot, and I have been in one crash that wasn't because of me. It was because of black ice.
I love that he has to. It wasn't because of me. I swear to God, it wasn't because of me.
Because I started this saying I'm a good driver, and then it said, wait, but you crashed. It's like, no, I promise I'm a good driver, but...
I have been in a car with Alex, and I haven't felt like he was going to kill me. If that, if that makes it any
Hey,
better.
that's good, that's good. I'm torn with some of these skins, because a lot of these skins, I look at it, I'm just like, I like the skin, but am I
guys.
going to use it realistically?
Hello.
I'm
That
not
was
gonna
not what I
lie.
meant to do.
Whee!
Like, I like Tony Stark, like, as a character, but do I play as him a lot? I like Goku because it's funny, but do I play him a lot?
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie.
I see people over there. Okay, what the fuck other animation do I have to do here? Because this is
I don't
horrible.
know. I just thought doing something else would get you out of it, but I was apparently very wrong.
Well,
So I
I don't
think
know
you're
if this is a different animation or not. I doubt it, right?
Probably.
Doubt.
I'm just
I think it would
stuck
be a
like
different
this the
animation.
entire fucking game now.
I think you just got a glitch. Yeah.
Sorry if I'm quiet, I'm eating sushi.
That was sushi.
It's delicious.
And Vaughn and Alex might like it more than Feck and I do.
Sorry.
I like certain sushis.
Oh yeah, Feck and I don't
Right now,
eat any, so.
Right now,
Well,
I'm
because there's
eating
some
the
that like
the
don't
crunchy
actually taste like
California
sushi.
roll.
What'd you say?
I wouldn't know that by name.
Hey guys,
I
there's another
said
bike over
right
here.
now I'm eating the crunchy California roll.
You guys can take another bike. We're the biker gang. Let's
Yeah.
go.
No, me crashing.
Moon immediately.
Yeah, no, when Britt was driving yesterday, I did not feel safe.
I can't do
What do you mean? Oh, I've gotten better since it. To be fair, I have gotten more practice on it, and it is much better. I'm not the one who
I'm gonna
keeps
need to ride with
flipping
one
the
of you
damn
again.
thing.
But
Well,
backflips are fun!
No. I mean flipping it when you're just fucking standing still on the bike. Where did my bike?
I
Oh.
crashed my bike.
I also
Oh,
did that
your
yesterday,
bike.
though.
Your bike's.
I got it.
Yeah, it's gone.
Hey guys.
Where'd you get off of it?
I got off without stopping and then it crashed into this post.
Hey guys.
And I saw
And
it
then
like
it just
it's
disappeared?
Oh, it's right there. It's right
Yeah,
there.
it's
It's right
right
there.
there.
Never mind. Sorry, I'm blind.
It's right there. You're good. I have pink. That's all I know. I got a pink bike.
There's fighting that way, so what do you guys want to do?
Away from danger this time, actually. I think is a smart idea.
You think?
Well,
Yeah, just-
I'm gonna
hey
do
guys.
so many backflips out there.
I will be right back.
Yeah, if I'm that
How
big.
dare? Okay.
He's
My
leaving
parents are
us
so late.
again.
Yeah, deal with it.
Shaking my head.
Shit.
Damn.
Yeah, deal with it.
He got us good.
Oh my fucking god.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Oh my god.
Okay, in real life,
Holy shit.
I'm a good driver. In game, no.
How good are you at Mario Kart?
Nope. I have never played it, if I'm being honest.
Okay, yeah, so that would explain a lot. All good drivers are good at Mario Kart. It's a fact.
I mean, I haven't played it, so I can't say that I am good at it.
Hey, I took
Yeah,
somebody's
it's fun.
bounty.
Nice.
Oh, my bike.
I feel, excuse me, I'm gonna go put gas in my bike. Which
This
was
is your bike?
so rudely got shot at. Oh? Can I do this? I can.
No, it's not. Where did I have my bike? No,
Your
it
bike-
wasn't. I brought mine over here.
Yeah, your bike's over there. I'm gonna fill up my bike.
Oh, that's actually hilarious. I didn't know that.
Ouch.
There we
Where
go.
are we going?
It doesn't
I don't know, Feck, where are we going? You choose this time. Stop asking the questions and start answering them. See, apparently we are crashing into the- Are you good?
Sir!
Oh, Moon!
We're gonna go back this way.
Oh my god. Alright, we're going back this way. Alright. I love how she was like, Sir, are you okay? Oh, fuck.
Hey, Maggie. How are you?
Hi, Maggie.
Hi, Maggie.
Sorry, I'm having so much fun with this. I like this.
Oh, shit. I
Good,
did
how
a
are
big
you?
old
I'm
trip.
doing good. I'm just working on presets while they're screaming their heads off.
I don't know what you're
I'm
talking
being
about.
targeted. That's
I lost-
honestly very rude. It's right there.
Let's
Maggie
go.
says hi to everyone.
Hi, Maggie.
Hello!
How's your guys' game going?
It's
It's going.
going okay.
We got 15 people left and 1 kill between the 3 of us.
Oh, yeah.
Let's go!
Let's do this! Woo! Let's go kill people!
Trying to get Moon her win.
And the one being targeted
My
in a
first
bounty
win of
is the
this
only one to get a
season.
kill.
Yeah. Well, you know what? To be fair, we all helped out with that one. They were just a little dumb.
Somebody just rebooted.
Yep. I don't want to go over there. I was gonna go over there. I don't want to go over there.
Let's go this way.
Yeah,
I like drifting.
You know,
I really
that's
want to
good.
own a real motorcycle, but I'm just scared.
I don't want
Should
to.
I buy one?
I
I
think
think I'm
What do
motorcycles
you
are
guys
sick.
think?
I think they're
Just
sick.
wait until your 30s when you have your midlife crisis.
Ugh.
Oh,
Oh my god.
Don't go into that town. That town is deadly.
This town is not
well,
deadly.
thanks for telling me as soon
There's
as we
literally
both
somebody on the
go
roof
in here.
aiming down at you.
There isn't. What the fuck are you talking about?
He's right there. I'm looking at him.
Oh, I didn't see him.
Oh yeah, they are there. They are there.
Woo! Run!
Woo woo!
Oh, Moon, there's a person right by you.
I'm going up there. What? Where?
Oh no, that's your bike. It just looked like a person.
Don't they? Bro. Oh, you scared me. I was like, wait.
Sorry.
Should we go up there? Should we go up there?
No.
No,
What do
they're
you
coming
think?
down anyways. They're coming down anyways.
Oh, but we said
Good thing
we're
I'm
running
nowhere
towards
near my
danger.
30s. You ain't old.
Yeah, you know what's dangerous? Being in a biker gang. That's dangerous. That's a lot of
Exactly.
danger. That's some pretty good danger. Feck, are you riding your motorcycle up here?
No.
Oh, okay.
No. I do not have that much control of it.
What do you guys think it's easier to play in?
Oh, hello.
Controller or mouse and keyboard?
Controller.
Depends. I find it easier for...
Controller with motion controllers.
Yes, no.
No, motion control.
Yes, the
Fucking
best way to play.
stupid.
Literally
Motion
the
controls
worst.
are the best!
Stupid. Oh, there's people.
You guys
Run.
suck.
There!
Just a little bit. Fine.
Do we want to fight? Are you guys sure we want? Oh, okay. There goes Spike's bike. Spike's back is what I almost said. That's fine.
Spikes back.
You guys don't tell me.
Yep.
Gotta go.
Like-
Gotta run.
Spikes.
Gotta run. Everybody get out of there.
Okay,
Yep, wait, I can't find my bike.
it's over here. It's by the watchtower.
Follow me? What?
Fuck. Holy shit. Hi. Ah! Okay.
Hey, man.
Did I jump
No,
here?
no!
Oh my god. I'm getting beamed.
Tell me what he was!
You got this, Brit.
I couldn't see anything. First
Let's
of all,
go,
we
Brit,
got like
you can
4
do
parties
it.
there. No,
We
we're
died.
dead. We died. Everybody was over there, but I can't see anything through that fucking effect. I had the
Which effect?
sprinting effect the entire fucking game.
Oh, like the super jump? That one?
No, I had the you know the blurring effect?
She just went into the void.
Yeah, no, everybody did.
Oh, okay.
That's just, for some reason, that's just what is happening. You know the blurry effect that you get when you sprint?
Oh, like the motion sickness effect?
Yeah. I had that the entire game. It was just like stuck
Okay.
on that the entire game. And I don't
Weird.
know why. Fucking suck.
Alright, well, I'm gonna switch out of my Christmas skin for this.
Why?
Yeah, I've just been going through all my loadouts.
I chose creative.
No to motion sickness. I mean, nobody wants it, to be fair.
Yeah.
That's what motion controls gave me.
Is today
But
a
motion
specific
controls are a
day
good
of-
thing.
Motion controls fucking
Uh,
suck.
Other than Monday?
They're actually the worst.
No, because all of my friends, well, my closest friends, have been like, how do I say this? Like, I love you so much, and you mean so much to me, and blah 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 blah. You mean the world to me, and like just pouring out their heart to me, and I'm over here like, what happened?
Somebody think you're dying?
I hope not. They do then. Well,
There's something you're not
okay.
telling us, Moon?
No, I'm perfectly fine.
Someone
but no,
dying?
boyfriend daddy was. No, my boyfriend daddy was like, "Did you know that I love you?" I was like, what?"
Typically, when someone tells me that, it's just like, okay, what do you want me to do?
Yeah, true.
Exactly.
What do you
Exactly.
want?
Like, what do you guys want?
Because that's my mom's go-to phrases whenever she wants me to do like a chore when I was living at her house. It's just like, "Hey Xander, I love you." And it's just like, "All right,
Xander.
what do
He's
you
just like,
want?"
what do you want?
Yeah, that's the family nickname for me. And it could be just something so simple too, but it's like, nah.
Nah.
Oh, I also didn't realize that most of you were already back and ready to play, so I am going to
We said that we died. What
finish
do you mean?
checking these last 3. Well, I didn't realize that all of you were already like readied up. So after I check this final
Everyone
one, I
except
will
for
load
Vaughn.
into my creative skin. Right, because he walked away, right? So I wasn't last.
Did he walk away?
I may or may not be on, possibly, Maggie says. You cried, never gonna say goodbye.
Devon.
Hmm.
Damn. I can't kick him either because he's in the other party.
Oh, that's stupid. You can't like pull up squad formations and do it that way?
Well, right now I can't because we're in creative, but I don't think you can in squad. Can you in squad?
Oh, right, because you should be able to.
I just want to test this. I'm not actually going to do it. I just want to test this. Nope.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure you can click. No,
I
you
can
can't.
swap
Wow.
positions.
What about from
with
like the
Vaughn.
sidebar?
I can't like.
From the
Stop.
sidebar, you should be able to. Like
Oh,
the
maybe,
menu button.
Yeah, maybe. More options. Okay, yeah, I can. Alright, cool. Interesting. It must be a newer thing.
Interesting.
It must be a newer thing. I genuinely didn't know that.
I am 200 XP from being level 11. That's funny. Literally one thank you to the bus driver away.
There he is.
What's that?
Hola, ¿cómo está?
Hello.
Fuck
Bien, ¿y tú?
For what?
Muy bien.
No sabía que tú puedes hablar español.
And I am lost.
Fuck you, what?
I took Spanish 1 and got a D-. I took Spanish 1 and got a D-.
You only have to take 1 year
All
of
I said
foreign
was,
language?
I didn't know you. All I
No,
said
I
was, I
technically
didn't know
didn't have
you
to
could
take
speak
any.
Spanish.
You didn't have to take a foreign language?
Muy pequeño.
No,
And,
I think in Illinois they don't even have to take, like, SATs.
What?
¿Cuántos años tienes?
Guys, smile, because I don't know.
Alex,
They don't have to take
did you
SATs
take
in
SATs?
Illinois.
I think? Pretty sure I did.
Yeah, we did.
What do you mean you
You did?
think? You think you
It's
did?
not how-
And my mom never.
Yeah,
my
I'm pretty
mom
sure
never
I did. I just don't remember.
They were the
Yeah,
most
we did.
traumatizing
Wait,
thing in high school. It's
Did
the
you guys
only thing
take
I
the
remember.
SATs or the ACTs?
Wasn't it just a test? The ACT. It's ACT, Maggie.
You guys took
correct.
the ACT,
ACT.
Hmm.
which
yeah,
is
that's
a less
that's a test everybody
difficult
takes.
version for of the SAT.
They changed it now.
I had to take a foreign language,
Now
but they didn't
now
give me
they
an
take
option,
SAT.
so I only
They
had
originally
Spanish,
did
which I
not.
was really bad at.
Yeah, no, I didn't have to take a foreign language. It's just highly recommended based on what college you go to, but I wasn't planning on going to college, and if I was going to community college, so it didn't matter.
I went to community college for a semester.
I only passed Spanish in high school because I cheated off my girlfriend at the time.
Maggie said she didn't take a language. Yeah, no,
I took
my close
2
friend at
years
the
of
time
Spanish because
was the one I cheated off of.
I technically took 2.5 years of Spanish because I
I
failed
was just
Spanish
waiting,
the
like,
first
who's
time.
gonna hug me?
Was a.
See, the thing is, I wasn't
I
too
got
bad
Duolingo
at the
if y'all wanna play
speaking
that.
part of Spanish. It was just comprehension. But they didn't offer it. Oh, okay. Yeah, sign language would be nice to learn.
I would, yeah. I used to know sign language. I've fallen away from it. And I
Yeah,
really want
me
to get
too.
back onto it.
Don't mind
What
me,
do we
I'm
guys.
trying
We
to learn
spoke
sign
sign language in our family a lot.
I want to learn sign language.
Yeah.
Someone to teach
I
me
still
sign
know a
language,
little bit, but not
please.
enough to hold a conversation, which is
I
unfortunate.
know very
wait.
basic.
Um,
Yeah, Maggie says she
Can
learns
you
them by
teach me
herself.
do you
sign
guys want
language,
to start
please?
on my map?
What do you want to learn? Is this a new
What
map?
do you mean?
Is
What
this
do
a
I
new map?
want to learn?
No,
Or a
it's the
map we
same
haven't
one.
Do you
seen in a
just
long time?
want to learn sign
No,
language?
it's the.
You
well,
have older maps.
I know, but those-
I pulled up a map that I know we haven't played in a while.
Well, I mean, if he wants to test it out, it's fine.
it is on the new map, anyways.
If it's new, then or something changed, then yeah.
Yeah.
But if it's the same thing, we always play.
I mean, it is on the. Well, never mind. Oh, you're gonna end it. Okay.
Well, you changed it. That's your fault.
What's
We thought
happening?
this was the one you were talking about.
Fine.
We have not played this
To
one.
be able to sign my name.
Yeah,
I
that's
still
true. We
can.
haven't played this one in a
AL.
while.
What is this?
Do you guys want me to take off
Oh.
buildings or leave building?
N
Leave building. That's fine.
D
Really? Okay.
There's not. You don't get a lot of materials, right?
R.
You only get like 100
No.
each or something.
R.
It's. I think it's 200.
Keep builds in. Keep builds
200.
in.
He builds. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Do you have over? You do have overshield. Yeah.
Yes.
Alex says keep builds in
Moving
because
on.
he still plays build mode.
I'm the only one that like realistically plays build mode.
Exactly. That's why I'm saying. That's why you're saying keep it in.
Let's go.
At least go.
Yeah, the thing is, though, I'm better at building using a controller, but yeah. I like the overshield of no build, but I like, the building of build.
I almost touched that heart. That broken heart.
You should have taken it.
No.
You deserved it
'Cause
for
I've been-
putting it in
'cause
there.
No, because I've been broken too many times.
Yeah. I saw
I
that
hear
one
ya.
coming. I saw that one coming.
Thank you, Britt. Whoa, why does it take a while to... what? Huh?
The
Primal
fucking
rifle?
wall
What did you
is
do?
Rendering on my end.
No, it took a while to open the chest.
Yeah,
Epic,
it's taken.
you-
It took a long time to open my chest.
Don't
too.
blame Epic.
Now it's some of them. That's weird.
There is
Really?
something
I'm not having
Mine-
issues.
new on
mine's
this
good.
I'm
map.
not having
There's a
any
few
issues
things
either.
that are new on this map.
Who's over here?
Well, I'm also going to give
Alright,
benefit of the
someone's
doubt
here.
of we didn't play this in a while.
No!
I'm not gonna attack you.
Yeah, sure.
No, yes, you are, you liar.
I have my pickaxe. Here. Take
Go.
this.
Doesn't mean you can swap to a weapon in half a second anyways.
Oh yeah. Fuck.
What? I already have that.
No, you can keep it.
I
don't
mean,
know
the
what it
regular
is.
chest has a chance of getting whatever's in the current
can't
meta,
pick it up.
so
Oh, hi, good night.
that
I'm
would
already
make it
going.
technically different.
No, well, there's two
Oh,
brand
yeah,
new
I see
buildings,
what you mean.
and there's also like you're right. The chests are fucking crazy to open right now.
Yeah, I don't know why they're like
Oh,
that.
mine's taking a long time now.
Yeah.
Some of them take a short time, some of them take a long time.
Yeah, no, this one took like no time at all.
Oh, I
Mine have
can't
been taking a
pick
while.
up
What
things.
the fuck?
I think it's the ones that have specific items in them.
Oh, that's a good.
Ah.
That's actually a good point, Feck.
Oh,
I think
that doesn't make sense because mine have
Well,
been
how
all
many-
normal chests.
How many of the regular chests did you set? Okay, here's a good question. Is pump shotgun in the current meta?
yes.
Okay.
No,
Is
Well,
No.
there's a gold one around. I can't
What?
say where it is, but
No,
there's
the
a gold
current
one.
meta.
Oh, current meta. It's just
it
random.
like in? Is it in regular battle royale? If you were to play battle
No.
royale right now.
No.
No.
Okay, because that one took me long. So
Where'd you
maybe
get out of that?
I got a pump.
To be fair, I did get
Yeah,
the
I
AR
just-
that is not in the game right now.
Where's everyone?
I did get an AR that is in the game, and that one took no time at all to open.
The only one it took me
Okay.
a while to open
But-
is
okay,
the
okay,
one
okay.
where I know a special weapon is.
Suppressed
So-
SMG.
Have I-
That's not in the current meta.
Hi. Wait. What,
Suppressed
Brett,
SMG.
you say something?
Yeah, I said hi.
Oh, hi. What'd you say, Alex?
Suppressed SMG, is that in the current meta?
No.
Nope.
No. Okay, that chest took no time at all. So
So
maybe
it's just random.
map lag. Yeah.
Oh!
And the
No.
special chests, yeah, they took a while, but that's, more understandable. Miss me, bitch.
Damn, rude.
Oh. What,
The
what
person
do the
that's rude
broken
is the
hearts
one that
do?
just tried to snipe me. You want to touch it and find out? Deserved it. You're so lucky Moon knocked me low.
Whoa! What?
Oh! Where? Where? Where?
Close to you. Oh, 50. That last shot would have killed you too.
I'm stuck.
I love the new effects.
I lost my mouse. I lost my mouse.
Oh, I didn't
Oh.
shoot. I couldn't
Well,
shoot.
Alex!
Nope,
No!
found it.
Ow, Alex!
Yeah, I had to reload.
Yeah. No. My shotgun didn't. I didn't have my shotgun out, so I had to pull my shotgun out, and it didn't shoot in time.
I'm just saying, if I would have pulled off that snipe before you guys built, that would have been beautiful.
They're gonna
Oh, I'll tell you, it
Oh,
wasn't
I
you
see some of the
guys.
new builds
It was
that you're talking about.
just Vaughn. Those were all just Vaughns.
I'm probably gonna, cause...
Did you not build a bit after you killed him?
No, I didn't touch my build.
Oh, Alex, you son of a bitch!
I don't
Oh,
believe
Donnie
that.
then!
I was literally going for that!
I was there first!
Yeah.
Damn.
Son of a bitch.
Damn.
Alright. Oh, I gotta cover that.
I mean, you can cover yourself all you want.
Wait, no, stop it.
No.
What the fuck is going on here?
Uh-oh. I'm hoping you guys can't see that.
Ow! Ow!
What the hell is happening?
I'm getting attacked!
Well, that's good.
Oh.
No, leave me alone, bitch. Leave me alone, bitch! Leave me alone, bitch!
One time I actually go to try land somewhere different.
Hey, you leave me alone. Leave me alone.
No.
Yes!
Why would I do that?
Because!
No.
That doesn't answer
Like,
his question at all. Oh
No.
Just leave me alone.
my god, please. Jesus Christ.
Oh, you son of a bitch.
What?
Nothing.
Language.
What? Oh,
Sorry.
what the fuck?
Oh.
You heard that too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bring!
Wait, what?
No, no,
Oh,
it's funny.
that was my phone, sorry.
Oh! That's like a really weird ring in my ear. I was like, what the fuck?
I'm sorry. Open this door.
Oh, son of a... Oh, no.
Oh, you're over there.
Oh, someone's dead.
Sorry, Moon. Holy shit.
Hey, come on.
I was not aiming at you at all.
What the fuck is happening?
I murdered
Fake
Moon.
kills me. Can someone go and avenge me?
I think Vaughn's doing that.
I saw where you went, but I'm more concerned about Vaughn right now.
Ah!
Whoa! You were at 144 down! Oh!
No, that killed you.
Oh, Feck took it? Oh, that bitch.
Yeah, you son of a... Ah. Dingus. There you go. It's a
Thank
new
you.
word.
Oh wait, you could cuss. You could cuss. I was fine.
Oh, wait, what? Oh, I'm sorry.
Hey, Captain America.
Sorry, who?
I was saying Captain America. 'cause
Just
she
texted me saying, put your alarms at 5:30.
Wait, what?
No.
Why am I putting my
We're
alarm at
going
5:30?
to the
You'll
gym.
have fun. Thanks, Maggie.
No, not
I don't-
you.
No
I don't want
thanks.
to go to the gym that early. Fuck that.
No thanks. That's so early.
Working out.
I know, I was like, wait.
Imagine working out. Could it be me?
Wait, you have
I work out. I
You're
just
That's a
alarm?
lie.
not
I've
that
seen
fucking
you work
early.
out. I've seen
No, no,
you
no, no,
work
no, 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 no,
out.
no. You have seen me work out. One of 5 days. No, one of 7 days in the last month and a half that I started that game.
Fair enough.
I've played 1 to
Fair,
2
fair,
times
fair.
per week.
I'm scared. I don't know where everybody is.
I work early. Couldn't be me. I could not.
It could be you.
Yvonne, you should pick that up. It's pretty OP.
No.
I can also teach you.
Oh! Hey, how's it going? No!
Come here, bitch. Oh, you son of a bitch! No! You killed him.
Now, who does Brit want to kill?
Oh, damn.
Oh, I wanted to kill Fawn!
No.
Beck, what'd you do?
I don't know.
Put you in a dance.
Eh, Whoa, game lag.
I would
What?
dance, dance,
Yeah,
dance,
like
with my
mince.
hands, dance, dance.
Woo! Woo! Fuck.
No.
Oh my god, how are you
You're
alive?
Beck,
Yeah.
what did you do, man?
Oh, hey, you're still okay.
Yeah,
You're
because
still
you
okay.
you didn't let me kill him. You just fucking boogie bombed me, you dick. You bitch.
I heard the fighting stop, so I thought you had killed him. I didn't look at the kill feed at all
No,
because I was
what
too
do you
busy
mean
healing.
you heard the fighting stop? I was still in the middle of shooting.
I heard nothing, so you know that's not my fault. You know, not on me.
Bullshit. Bullshit.
Not on me.
You
Wait,
boogie bombed
is
my
the game
ass.
still on the map?
Someone kill
Probably
Feck.
not.
Somebody kill Feck. Fuck that
Please
guy.
don't.
Oh, sure, yeah.
I would,
Fuck that guy.
This chest has like no
but
pixels. What the
I'm
fuck?
not good at this game.
You could
I'll
not.
kill Jackie. I'm kidding.
No!
Why are you being a
so-
bully?
Kidding.
Jackie's nice. Why would you kill
Right,
Jackie?
you're such a bully.
She was being a bully to me at work.
Fair.
Oh,
Aw.
yeah, but
I did see the
but
video
we're
of
not-
her
we're not
spraying
in real
water
life.
on you.
we're not in real life right now.
Alex, shut up!
Nobody cares about real life
What?
right now, bro.
What happened? What happened? What was that?
Wait, what?
Nobody
was
cares
that?
about real life right now, man.
Vaughn has a grenade launcher, everybody.
What are you talking about?
Just so y'all know.
I don't know what you're talking about.
That's
A
fine.
purple
What
one
the
that he
fuck?
spawned in.
I'm looking
Huh?
for you, Feck. I don't give a shit.
I'm dead.
He's dead.
Oh, good. Thank fucking God.
What the fuck?
What
I
the
don't
fuck?
know when that happened,
where
and
did
I
it go?
did not hear that, but alright.
Where did what go?
The present?
Some. Ah!
Right.
My
Alex, did you try to
ears.
use the present?
Yes.
Yeah, the presents
Yeah,
are
it-
kind of.
It did the
I
same
don't-
thing to me last round. I used it and it destroyed everything around me and vanished.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what happened to me, and then I fell off the building looking for it.
Ooh, I got attack! I got attack shotgun! Hey, Britt, I'm gonna use your own weapon against you.
Wow, Vaughn, that's a very specific loadout of weapons you got there. It's almost like you knew where all the chests were,
Almost, you know?
with
Hmm.
very specific items in them.
No, there's just spawn items.
Oh, hey, you found my dead body.
It's very, very useful. Ooh.
Yeah, I did not land there this
So?
game.
Yes.
Why do you have a llama?
Just one. There's one random llama on the map.
No. I think there's 2 or 3. No.
I think you're thinking of a different map.
Leave me alone.
Yeah, wait. Feck.
What?
Feck, take me really quick.
Jackie, you leave me alone.
There's one right here.
Because there's the map. Oh, yeah, no, there is one over
No.
there by you. Yeah, you're
Oh.
right. There is one by your
Yeah.
landing spot, Britt. So yeah, there's 2.
Jackie, where are you?
I'm not telling you, bro. Who do you think I am? I'm not that gullible.
She's like, I'm fucking smart, bitch.
Tells him where I am.
So anyways,
I'm like, oh, I'm right.
So anything, you want to know where I am, right?
Is that a new building that you're in there?
I'll just say
Actually,
this.
you know what?
Oink.
Yes.
Oink.
Oink. Oh, that's really good.
Oh, actually, you know what?
You want another AR, Brett?
No, I really, honestly, I really don't.
You want another AR, Brett?
This is another AR. You're right. But I'll actually take this one. It's not bad.
Alright, well, Vaughn's just doing random shit. Britt is going with her normal game plan. I have no idea what Moon's up to. Oh, that's it. It's just you three?
Yep.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Vaughn's hiding behind a rocket launcher.
So, my dad's here.
Actually true. Well, grenade
Oh,
launcher.
you better run.
Hey, so can I just kill you once, just for this game, please?
Where are you?
I'm in the wall. I'm in the wall.
Okay, just kill me. Just kill me.
Wow.
Good.
Where are you? Is that you?
Hi.
Is that you?
Hey guys, how you doing?
Imagine if Britt took the kill though.
Oh my god, I would have been messed up.
You deserved it. Begging
Damn.
for a kill. You are begging for a handout.
Oh, can I go? True. Okay, I have to go. My dad's here. Bye.
Might as well, you know, rocket both of them while they're there, you know?
Right, and then there was 4 of us.
Wait, what? Huh?
What?
Yeah, Jackie's.
Oh.
Jackie left.
Oh.
The Jackie,
You can
She's
still-
being
Jackie, are you
mauled by a
leaving?
dog. Gotcha.
what the fuck just happened?
She got attacked by a dog. You didn't hear that vicious animal in the
you know,
background?
I did hear that. Yeah, yeah, I did hear the vicious animal. The terrifying beast of an animal.
Jesus Christ. Oh my god.
Why?
Yeah, meanwhile, she's killing a cat.
Yep.
No, please.
That's exactly what that noise is. You cannot convince me otherwise.
I do. No, that's her door.
Oh, I see somebody got a birthday present to work.
Shit.
Yep. Oh, okay. Wow.
Yeah.
I just totally lagged that entire time. That was cool. GG's. I guess. Fuck me. Ooh, hey, Feck's got a good gun.
What is this?
Ooh.
I'm using this. No matter fucking what.
That
I'm
reloads
using
really
this.
fucking
I need to
fast.
do
I'm
this to
actually really
fix one of my
impressed with that
clips.
new gun.
This thing?
Yeah.
Oh, the pump gun? Or the one that
No.
you... Yeah, no, it's really good. It's really good.
No, that's not the gun I'm thinking. Feck has the gun I'm...
Oh, then never mind.
I hate the striker
okay.
pump. I
Well,
hate
I'll have
the
to go
striker
kill him to
pump
see what you're
so
talking
much.
about. Oh, I love the striker pump.
I hate the striker pump so much.
Maggie says she sadly won't be able to get on tonight.
Hey, look,
She's
it's
not
a
feeling
llama.
100%.
Oh no.
It is a llama.
Are you doing
I wasn't even talking about your llama. Oh shit.
No,
Well,
you're a bitch.
I know.
hi Feck.
Anything.
Well, I'm gonna go see what Feck has. to
Oh,
see what
okay.
you're
I'm
talking
like, you
about.
can get a gold AR.
Oh, that one?
With the Midas fish, but doesn't matter.
I don't know. That one's not
I already
crazy.
have that.
Yeah.
Well, you can
Oh,
have
you
two.
had the mythic. Dude, jeez.
But you're talking about that shotty, Britt? The one he has?
No, I was talking about the SMG that he
No.
has. Gold SMG.
Oh, the SMG. I have. Is that
It's
the
a
dual,
new SMG and
like
it's
the dual clip?
Is that what it's
Is
called?
it the dual clip SMG?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, no, that one's solid.
It reloads fucking
Moon
quick,
said.
bro.
Oh no, I wasn't wrong. Moon's dogs did
Bye-bye.
attack her, and she fell.
Oh, coward.
Coward.
And away.
Oh
I ain't no
shit.
coward,
Oh
bitch.
shit.
I ain't no coward,
Oh,
bitch.
shit.
What?
Oh.
Pistol. Haha.
Pistol.
So you can get shot in the face with an SMG
Hey
30
Vaughn,
times.
what kind of pistol was that?
Green.
No, what kind of pistol?
Oh, a tactical pistol.
Was that the attack pistol? Yeah.
The best
Have
pistol.
fun. Thank you, Maggie.
No, it is not the best pistol. You cannot
Crazy
give
that
it
you've
that much
updated the
credit.
game. Crazy that you've updated your game since the new thing came out. And you have that here. Weird.
Interesting.
Also,
no, because current chests, the chest that he puts there without making himself, they'll have the current Battle Royale loadout in it.
Yeah, but he likes that pistol so much, I'm willing to bet he put it there.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
No, I didn't.
I believe it.
Sure you did.
See, we can't prove that though.
I'd believe it. We can't prove it, but we'll find a way.
Sounds like something somebody who put it there would say.
Damn.
You know what I haven't seen yet that I would love to see?
I'm going to start switching.
My will to live.
on
You dead
streams.
by Britt's hand?
True.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, sounds good.
No. No, what I would really like
Alex,
is a
you might be
bow.
mad at me.
Did you get my heavy? Wait, no, that building you went to has a heavy by default. You put it there. It was for me. I was actually gonna land there this game, but I saw you were landing there, so I went somewhere else.
I gotta find that pistol again. Hopefully I can.
No, you really don't.
Hopefully you
Why?
can, because you know where it
Going
is.
to get a bruise? Oh, for the
Well,
dogs.
it's gonna be in random. Oh, I just found a red-eyeing assault rifle.
Red Eye AR is it's pretty decent.
It's not bad.
There you go. Oh! Ow.
Not bad, not bad.
I like it a lot.
Come in.
I like that a lot.
Cause I like it like that.
Oh. Gotta believe me when I tell you. I said I
Ooh,
like it.
I was out in the open and I didn't even realize it. Holy shit.
I was out in the open and I didn't realize that somebody's here.
And I didn't realize it. Oh, is that your footsies I'm hearing?
Vaughn's like, no.
Where you guys at?
That's a good question. Where are you guys?
I found it
Well,
in a different
somebody's
chest.
very quiet over here.
I found it in a different chest.
Well, yeah, because it's a random spawn. I am not doing. Sorry, Moon. Not gonna happen.
Oh my god.
You got it last night. Was it last
Alright,
night?
alright.
I don't know. You got it at some point. You ain't getting it again.
I haven't played creative in a while. Yeah, that is true.
I can't remember if it was last night or not.
Did you do it?
When was the last time
Holy
we did
shit,
creative
scared
with
the fuck out of
Mags?
me.
That was
Zach,
it was
I
like
know
a
that was you.
few weeks ago, like 3 weeks
2
ago.
or
I
3
wanna say.
weeks, yeah.
I have no idea what you mean. I have no idea where you are.
Feck, you know your own bullshit.
I don't know where. I wouldn't know the first place
Oh,
to
that
look for you.
shotty's it's not a shotty.
Shoddy's like a melody. Sorry.
In my head. How'd you
I
miss
missed.
that? That was the easiest shot in the world.
You know I'm not the type of guy to hit snipes, man.
Ah! Ada, ada. You like your microphone?
That is a pretty decent pistol. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's
where are
really
you
good.
guys? There you are.
You know, if he can hit his shots.
Oh my god. Vaughn, fuck off.
Pump him!
No.
Pump it louder, pump it louder.
Okay.
It's hard with work. That's fair.
Okay. He said pump it louder, though.
Crazy how I haven't found one of those at all, but Brain, Vaughn gets it.
Brain! Yo, Brain!
Where did brain come from?
Sure, yeah.
What the
Who's
F?
Pinky? If Vaughn is Brain, who's Pinky?
Oh god.
I should be Pinky, honestly.
You're honestly not wrong.
Pinky and
No!
the Brain. Pinky and the Brain. One is a genius, the other's
other's
insane.
Oh no! Oh, I got him!
Yeah! Good job.
Fuck, Vaughn.
He did 192 to you. Holy shit.
I know, dude. I'm so scared.
Crazy how he finds that pistol twice in a row. Just
Crazy.
interesting.
Right when we were talking about it too.
Yeah, right?
Okay.
Interesting. All I'm saying.
I swear, that's literally going to be my go-to weapon once I drop on the map.
See, if I can ever
Oh,
find
yeah.
that pistol and use that
Because-
pistol, I might agree with you. But
Because you totally haven't now.
No, I don't have it like a norm. I don't even have it as a normal chest. It just showed up as like one of those what was it? Alex, you know those other chests from the Pandora world from
oh
season
yeah,
eight?
yeah.
Yeah, it came from that chest.
The Pandora chest. Oh, it wasn't in a regular Battle Royale chest?
Nope.
Weird.
Alright, who's next? Or unless we're done for tonight.
Oh no, we're still going. I have a quickie loaded. What else do you guys got?
I got dual.
I haven't made anything new, so I just have my 2 maps.
I just brought back one of my old maps that I'm thinking about deleting. So.
I'm gonna. Oh, never mind.
I guess.
This is. Oh.
Yeah, it's over here. Yeah.
That's what I wanted to do.
Yeah, no, I'm thinking about just deleting this map and then just making it a mini game in another map I'm working on.
Is this the one where you have to get to the center?
Yeah.
Yes.
This is the one where I've never seen the center once.
Vaughn, are you in here?
Just changing my colors on my skin.
I was really
Good
good at this
frick.
one. You should definitely keep this one.
I've never
I mean,
seen
I
the
can
center
recreate
of
it
this
in
one.
another map, which is exactly what I plan to do.
Damn it! Pressing the circle button.
Here it
Going
is,
to-
Brett. Here's the center.
Yeah, look,
Thanks,
you can
Mike.
see the center.
Expect jacking your stream.
I mean, have I played this? Yeah, you played
Let's
this
do
one
something.
time. I've only
Yeah,
had it
Maggie
appear
played
twice.
Oh, son of a!
What?
Race to the middle. Oh, this is gonna be.
it. Hi.
Oh, I have a random. I have a random fucking billboard right here. I don't know if you see it or not.
Are you?
Oh,
Come like
sample
next to me.
text.
Yep. Come next to me, side by side.
Oh. Hi.
I
Yep.
asked going out for everyone.
Yeah. It is gone now.
Favorite foods? My favorite
Oh,
food.
I was gonna
that's
edit
a
it and
big
say
question.
something.
Tortellini and ravioli. Oh. I see two of you spawn like right next to each
That's a
other.
hard question
Yeah,
to
Vaughn
answer.
and I did.
Uh-oh.
Oh, son of a!
I found a dead end.
I'm in the dead end. What the fuck? What the hell? What the jibby John?
Ooh, now we're moving. Now
Why?
we're moving.
No.
I don't know where the...
Oh, I was walking through that as it changed and it pushed me back.
Ooh.
I don't...
Ooh.
Oh,
I don't know
I
where
see
I'm
that.
going. Oh, I see the center. I
beat
see
me
the
with-
center. Oh, I'm right here. No, you got the good spawn. No, I was right there.
Let's
I
go!
literally got
I've
trapped.
never
What
done
the
this.
fuck?
Let's go! I've never won this.
I want to play laser tag one day. Chicken. I don't want to play laser tag again. That is a good one.
I'm never gonna win this.
That's exactly how I felt last time, Vaughn. I'm never gonna win this shit.
Meanwhile,
stuck
she
here,
won
right?
it on the first round. Oh shit.
Yep, I'm stuck right here.
Yeah, maybe one thing I should do if I were to keep this map is have different colored walls for the ones that disappear and reappear.
Are you
That would be very
dead
nice,
ass?
please. So I
was
know what the
walking
fuck
through-
is
oh, hey,
happening.
Alex.
Hi, Feck. I'm gonna come with you and then break up.
I'd
This
really
is bad.
Oh, you're
I-
gonna break up?
I'm mad. Where I'm at is bad luck.
You're
Why?
gonna break
Breaking
up
up with you,
us?
Feck. I'm sorry.
Wait, you got there first?
Yeah.
It didn't even look like you were running the right direction.
Oh, that's so sad.
Favorite drink? I drink water a lot, Sprite a lot.
Ooh, nope.
If I
This
had
is
to pick,
the
like,
this is
my
a bad.
splurge
This
drink,
is a bad
I-
one.
I got
Oh, this is
bad
the bad spawn.
This is yeah. You need to go this way.
I really like
I went here last
G
time.
Fuel energy drink.
Hello.
Did you just say you drank G Fuel?
The G Fuel energy drink.
I'm
Wait.
calling
Oh,
Dubby.
maybe not. Maybe it goes this way.
I'm calling Dubby.
Oh, yeah, it does go
I
this
think
way.
someone else is already erasing us there.
Yeah, they are.
Wow.
Oh shit! Me and Brent barely left the beginning.
Yeah. We went the wrong way completely.
Yeah, if you get the top left corner, you're lucky.
Top?
I think
We
that's
were
what it is.
literally
Oh,
just
okay,
in
yeah.
the top left corner. What do you mean? Hi, Feck.
Well, guess what? I'm in the top left corner now.
Don't follow me.
This way.
I said don't follow me.
Well,
Oh
you know, I'm
wait,
following
the top
you.
left corner is what you and I were thinking about, Britt.
What's it?
Yeah.
Bye, Feck.
Yeah, you guys won this because
Oh,
I'm
fuck.
waiting on walls that don't disappear.
Oh, son of a bitch! Yes.
Oh, I was so close. No, Vaughn, no.
Yeah, I was close before.
I was
shouldn't have
nowhere
moved.
near you guys for that.
I was close before. I shouldn't have moved.
Ow, that hurt.
Vaughn's cheating.
I'm not
Like he
cheating.
does.
Cheater! Cheater! We got
Cheater,
one
cheater,
more
pumpkin
round
eater.
of this, right? Isn't it 5 rounds? Or am I
One more,
wrong?
one more,
Yeah.
one more.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, well, I think somebody else is
Hi, Vaughn.
doing something.
I'm bottom left.
Bye. Oh, son of a...
Yeah, you went the wrong way, bud.
God damn it!
Bad spawn.
I think bottom left is my favorite spawn personally.
Wow, I got a really bad spawn. Okay, well, I'm not getting anywhere.
Yeah, no, I'm fucked. Oh shit! Fucking hell! Hey, dude.
Oh shit, I'm right here. I swear to God, if Feck creeps
Alex
up.
is there.
Hi, Vaughn.
Feck, I swear to God, okay.
Shit.
Yeah.
Also, Vaughn and Alex.
Draw. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Can't.
I'm still
Can't
running.
get-
Oh, never mind.
What? Okay. What was the score? What? Oh, me and Vaughn got 2. He had a
But
faster
Vaughn,
time though.
yeah, Vaughn was faster.
I also want to play that map where we play dodgeball. I have to fix that map. That map broke last time we played it.
Yeah, somehow the ball ended up bouncing to Alex and then landed on Feck.
Yep.
Oh, I had the start game button.
Well, because I wanted to.
It's because we
Because
were
I
able to
wanted to
edit.
have invisible walls,
I
so
don't know
that
why they
way
do that,
it can
though.
look
That
like
doesn't
we're in a
make sense.
floating platform in the middle of like an ocean, but it just doesn't work. I also like the one with the floor drops. I want to fix that
Oh.
one too.
There's no
Someone
closure
else
right
needs to
now.
pick 'em up.
Right.
Well, Britt's turn.
Favorite animal.
This will be the last map for me.
What is
Cat.
my favorite animal? Probably. I was
Well,
gonna
okay,
say cat,
exotic animal
but-
or not?
Yeah. So I'm like, domestic animal, cat.
Because if it's exotic, yeah,
Well-
domestic cat, but exotic, I'm penguin.
Like penguin. I like. Is turtle considered domestic?
I would consider it more house bred, no? I would consider it
I'd
a
say it's
house.
more wild.
You'd say it's
Maggie
more wild?
says dog is her favorite house pet and koala is her favorite exotic.
If
She likes koalas.
turtle is considered exotic, I'd say turtle.
I'd say it is, just because
Well, it depends on the type
You're
of
asking
turtle,
the wrong
because
person.
you can look at a panther, which is a cat, but then if you look at a sea turtle, so it's like, it depends on the turtle, like Maggie says, yeah.
Sea,
that's
sea
fair.
turtle. It's under the sea.
Yeah, I got the first hit, bitch.
Damn it!
Oh,
He
Feck,
did.
you fuck off.
I was gonna say Alex is low, but I mean he is, but he's siphoned a bit, so.
okay.
Not as low as I could be.
Back. Oh, okay.
I got the first hit.
Oh,
Woo!
damn.
That was easy.
Oh, man, I
dog,
love that.
house pet,
Yeah,
and
you're
red
really
panda
good at this
from
map,
Moon.
Mags.
Alex, do you
Red
have
panda.
your,
I was gonna choose red panda. Red panda's really cool.
Alex, do you have your damage numbers on list or the other one?
I have it stack.
Do what?
Stack.
Stack.
Oh shit, we hit
I
each
got
other
the
at the
first
same
hit.
time.
Let's go!
Bye, Feck. We meet again.
I want to play it. Well, maybe next time you play creative, Greg can pick it again.
Ah, fuck you!
Ah,
Vaughn just did a hit and run.
Ah! I don't know how to do this.
Oh, yeah. Oh, get him, get him, get him, get him.
Oh,
Yeah!
let's go!
hi,
Oh,
Jackie.
man.
Oh, my favorite color is blue.
Oh well, green.
Favorite
orange,
color,
green.
red.
Who are you asking?
Yes.
Favorite
She's-
color
she was
blue.
asking me.
Well, we're gonna answer it anyways. Okay, Britt, let's not go after each other in the first 3
yeah,
seconds.
yeah. I'm moving. I just wanted to, like...
She's moving on.
Okay, it's not the first few seconds anymore.
Wait, what did we just talk about?
Alright.
This is awkward. Break.
Come on.
Oh,
Each
Nice!
other, it's fun.
I'm okay with it, as long as Vaughn's dead.
Nice job, Peck.
why? Why?
Because, to be honest, I was going after you, and then Alex got in the way of my scythe, and I'm like, you know what?
Alright, we need Maggie in here.
Now I've gone after everybody, now I'm fine.
Yeah, so she can take you down.
Yeah, she will literally
She can
dominate.
take everybody down. Yes, that's what I'm expecting from everyone to answer when I go to different streams. Okay, going to Feck. Hey!
Let's go!
Holy shit! Whoa! I got everybody in one swing!
I don't like that.
That was
So
awesome.
cool. Oh my god.
That was bullshit.
cheap.
What's
So
up? Hi,
cheap
Alex.
or
Hi,
whatever.
Maggie.
We all
Oh my
need to
God.
group
Really
up,
cheap.
so we all need to group up and do that again. That was fucking cool.
Favorite game? Nier Automata. Best game ever made. You should play
Group
it.
up, group up, group
It
up,
is
group
really
up, group
solid.
Up.
I need to finish it.
Undertale. Undertale's my favorite.
Wait a minute!
Wait, guys, group up.
My
group up,
favorite
group up.
is Fire Emblem Three Houses.
Alex, why are you attacking me?
Actually,
Alex is listening.
Actually, no. I'm wait. Sorry.
Alex is ignoring. Guys,
Sorry.
group up. Back.
Why are we grouping up? I don't want to all die together
Stop
again.
it!
Well, it doesn't matter now.
Fuck you.
No. See?
Fuck
That's
you, Beck.
bullshit. That's bullshit.
No. You went to kill Vaughn when we were saying
Yes,
group up.
exactly.
Hey Vaughn, say your favorite game.
Not sure it's Smash Bros at the moment. Makes it more fun that way.
No.
Smash is really solid.
Let's
Smash Bros.
group up.
Yes.
It's a good
Smash
party.
Bros will always
I'd say
be
if
my
I
favorite,
No,
but
you just
my
murdered me
favorite
when we
game
tried
right
to
now
group
is
up.
Sonic
I-
Adventure.
No,
I would say my
wanted
favorite
all four of
multiplayer
us to
game,
group
definitely
up,
Smash
and you
Ultimate.
didn't listen, so we fucking killed you.
No, you killed me. Alex sat there.
No,
I
Alex.
was right next
Alex
to
was
her.
also. Yeah, no, Alex was also.
Alright guys, we're grouping up. We're grouping up.
Okay, group up.
Fucking
Okay.
hell, you assholes.
Ah!
Wait,
Alright.
Okay.
Oh,
Wait.
well,
ah!
you know, that is not what.
What did you expect, Britt?
I wanted all of us
That's
to
what you
start
get,
at
bitch.
once and see what happens.
Yeah.
I wanted all of us to
Well
start
done.
at once and
Check
see
one.
what happens. Fucking fun.
This be Paper Mario.
I mean, it's
and
gonna be a
Mario
later
Sunshine.
reaction. You
Mario
think about
Sunshine is really fun. I still
3,
need
4,
Mario
5,
Sunshine
6.
really
Good job,
good.
boys.
my childhood.
it. 3, 4, 5,
My
6.
childhood favorite game is
time's
Paper Mario
eliminated.
Sticker Star. It's still a banger game.
How far have you made it near, Alex?
Yes,
Ooh.
I don't know what is determined like far in the game.
Have you
Swear to
beaten
God,
the
Vaughn,
game the first
you
time?
fucking
No.
hit me. I'm
Okay.
gonna kill you.
So not far at all.
Alright,
Hey, whoa. I don't need to
Ready?
be in the middle.
ready?
Okay, when the clock says 4:30, start swinging.
Yeah, that's smart.
3, 2, 1.
Go!
Oh, Vaughn won. We're not doing that again. That was lame.
That was chaos, and I loved
Vaughn
it.
wins. It's not okay.
Oh,
Come on, let's do it again. Do it
That was
again.
chaos, and
favorite
I loved it.
cartoon as a kid was Phineas and Ferb. Nowadays, my favorite cartoon,
Foster's.
technically speaking,
What is it?
is
Foster's
Kay
Home for
the Anime.
Imaginary Friends?
yes, that is what that is.
That was my favorite fucking show. Ooh, whoops.
Oh,
I did the wrong
Favorite
thing.
cartoons for the other two that didn't answer yet?
That's a hard decision.
mine will always be Ben 10.
Ben 10 is pretty good. I was never a big Ben 10 guy, but I definitely grew into it. Same with
said
Steven
never
Universe.
a
I
big
recently
fan.
been getting
What?
into Steven Universe.
Alex, did you say you were never?
Yeah, Vaughn killed both of us because we were both really
Well, that's a
low.
good
He
1
stole
second.
both of our kills.
Yeah. So he's full health. Oh, wait a minute.
Let's fucking go.
I like Steven Universe. Yeah, I've only very recently got into it.
Vaughn,
But the extent of
calm
what I
the
watched is
fuck
pretty much
down, bro.
like the episodes people put on TikTok. Dragon
okay,
Tales
if
is a
Alex
good
wins this next
childhood
one, then he
show.
wins.
Everybody kill Vaughn.
Yeah,
fuck
exactly.
off.
Yeah, let's kill
Kill
Vaughn,
Alex as
'cause
well.
I'm winning.
Kill Alex as well.
Bye, bitch.
Oh shit! Nope, that wasn't the right person.
No, that was
Come
the
on,
right
Vaughn.
person.
Come on, Vaughn. No, that was I went after Feck.
Where'd Vaughn go?
He's
Where-
up.
Is he in his hidey hole? Where's his? Oh, he's up. Where?
I thought he was up.
Cowards.
You can't go behind the map on this one, I don't think.
I saw that.
Oh, well,
No,
this way
you
he
can't.
can.
We've tested that.
No, this way he can though.
Oh, there's a lot of hidey holes on this map, actually.
If you went, yeah, Vaughn, if you went behind the map, you need to.
I found him. He's south. He's south. He's south.
You need to get the fuck out.
You're dead, bitch.
Favorite movie? What?
Gotcha.
What is my favorite
I was
movie?
supposed to get my
Hocus
last
Pocus.
hit.
Great Gatsby.
Which?
what?
Wait, hold on. Which one?
My favorite
Which
movie is The Great Gatsby.
Wait,
Classic.
which?
The
There's a
classic
classic
one.
one.
I'm so
Yeah!
dead.
Yeah, there's two different ones.
I didn't know there was an older movie.
I didn't know there was a
There's an
classic
older
Maggie and the
movie and then the one with
First
DiCaprio
No, I have not.
and Maguire.
The Giver, no. Yeah.
Oh, we're talking about favorite movies?
Yes.
Yeah, not the DiCaprio one, the other one.
Mine.
Somebody said
I,
The Giver?
I own
I
the
think that one's
DiCaprio
better
one,
than-
and it's still really, really good, but yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
I think
sorry,
the original is better
Spider-Man-
than that one.
I'm sorry, Spider-Man No Way Home is always gonna
Yeah.
be my favorite.
I
That's
just
a
never got
really
my
good
hands on
movie
the
too,
original,
I
so
will
I watched
say.
the other one more. Which one? Which one?
No Way Home.
No Way
Spider-Man,
Home.
No Way Home.
No Way Home. I have yet to watch that. Same with
Alex,
Into the
your voice
Spider-Verse.
cracked, by the way.
Watch Into the Spider-Verse. It's so good.
Oh,
The Giver,
Across the
if I was to tell you.
Spider-Verse
Oh,
next
yeah,
trailer
you
comes
did.
out December 13th.
Does it?
Feck,
Yes.
what's your favorite movie?
Fight Club?
Fight Club.
Probably. Or Scott Pilgrim. That's a hard decision.
Scott Pilgrim.
I have not
Baby
watched
Driver.
that.
Scott Pilgrim.
The Baby Driver?
Which one haven't you
Baby
watched?
Driver is good.
I have not watched that.
I haven't seen
Baby
either.
Driver's really good. Fight
sounds
Club.
like
No,
a
Fight Club I
hilarious
have
title,
seen.
though.
I'm wrong. Fight Club I have seen. Baby Driver I haven't.
There's
Or Ready
a
Player
have
One.
you seen-
Oh,
Baby
yeah,
Driver.
Ready Player
Have you
One is a
seen-
banger.
Have you seen
There's a-
Scott Pilgrim?
I have not.
Yes.
Have you seen Shaun of the Dead?
No.
No.
Alex, you need to watch Edgar Wright films or I'm gonna actually beat the shit out of you.
That was so violent
Going
for
to
no
Seoul.
reason.
Alright.
Hi, Jackie.
Edgar Wright is my favorite director. He does Shaun of the Dead. He does Baby Driver. He does Scott Pilgrim. He's a really good director.
Oh,
I do want to
there's-
watch Scott Pilgrim.
There's this other movie called I think it's Henry Danger.
Oh yeah,
Or-
Henry
That's a
Danger.
TV
That's
show.
not a
TV
movie,
show,
that's a
though.
show,
no,
yeah.
no. What the fuck? It was a movie about like
Wait, did he not get a
is
movie adaptation?
Hardcore Henry. The
Hardcore
first
Henry.
person
Thank
movie.
you. Thank you. Yes, that one was
The what?
really good.
That movie makes me sick.
Okay, hang on. Here's a good
Okay.
question
I
that
need
Moon
to say
isn't jumping into our chats about.
Favorite ice cream?
What is your guilty
Chocolate.
show that you watch? Like a show that a lot of people would be like, wait, what the fuck? You watch that?
I was watching this show on YouTube called Weird City.
Weird
I watched
City?
Wayne.
Is that
It's a
like a
pretty good
person
show.
that
Wayne,
travels?
Wayne
and
is so
like-
good.
Wayne
I
is a
love Wayne.
really fucking good show. But I watched
He's
Wayne
badass.
recently. Does that
Guilty
count?
show? I don't
Yeah,
think I have one.
Yeah, like a guilty pleasure show.
There's Wayne. There's
Maggie knows what I'm talking about.
Oh,
For Maggie, it's the Winx Club.
there's
which I
something
actually
else
do know
on
what that
Netflix
is.
that's like Wayne, and I can't remember what it's called.
I'll be honest. I watched My Little Pony.
Maybe it's
Like
called
the, like,
Fuck
you know-
My
Everything.
Little Pony.
I don't know.
Dumb
I'm not
as a
ashamed to watch
donny.
anything I watch. I like everything I like. So
It's so
I
no.
don't
I'm
have
not
a-
saying
But, like-
ashamed. I'm
like
just saying like if
unpopular
other people were to
opinions.
ask you about it.
Like unpopular opinion. Type.
Like for
I
me,
don't-
like my banger show is Sophia the First from Disney Junior.
Oh, you fucking.
Oh,
Okay,
I don't
thank
know
you.
that because
I love Sophia the First. It's great.
I like my stuff so much. I can't imagine
To
people
be
not
fair,
liking
Megan
it. So I
likes
don't know
Doc
what...
McStuffins, so.
Also, Special Agent Ozo.
Oh, you know what? I will say because of the kid, I've been watching a Bluey, and it's not bad.
I guess.
Oh, what about Timu Museum?
Oh yeah, I've been seeing a lot of Bluey on TikTok.
Bluey ain't
I guess
bad.
the most recent Ninja Turtle series is really good.
Cardigans,
But a lot
Big
of
Time
people would
Rush.
find
Of
it
course,
like-
you say Big Time Rush.
The what? Rise of the TMNT?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Rise of the TMNT is sick.
It's sick, and the
They-
movie was so good.
I haven't watched the movie yet. They changed a lot of the
Everybody's been
characters. but
shitting
it's
on them,
super
and then
sick.
like the movie comes out, and it's so fucking fantastic.
Wait, Vaughn, what was yours?
Fun.
Mine was My Little Pony.
My
Never
Little
mind.
Pony, okay.
Yeah, Jackie was too. Jackie has favorite ice cream.
Vanilla,
Ooh.
straight up.
Chocolate chip cookie dough.
Cookie
Chocolate.
dough's really good too.
So mine's a unique flavor. It's called Crazy for Cookie Dough, where it's cookie dough and fudge and caramel in vanilla ice cream or chocolate ice cream.
Alex's favorite is the Kraft mac and cheese ice cream.
Pretty much, but with cookie dough.
Mine is either chocolate or cookies and cream.
And Maggie's is butter pecan.
Okay, let's
Cookie and
flip
cream
it.
is good though.
What's your least favorite?
Least favorite?
Strawberry.
Strawberry.
Really? All three of you motherfuckers. I was gonna say chocolate.
Okay.
Chocolate's good. What?
No.
Chocolate's good. Yeah.
Chocolate ice cream. It is an artificial
Okay.
chocolate
Hey.
flavor that I can't
Favorite
get with.
cake. Favorite cake. Favorite cake.
Vanilla.
Favorite cake.
Oh, that's
Actually,
velvet.
yellow
Mhm.
cake is what I'll have to say. Yellow cake.
Mine is fucking heart attack chocolate. Chocolate on chocolate on chocolate.
Oh my god.
Dude, I would
sounds good.
never be able
Yes.
to do that. I
Chocolate cake,
hate
chocolate frosting with
chocolate.
chocolate shavings and chocolate. Yeah, yes. It's so good.
Chocolate flavored crap is horrible.
Brett,
Maggie
strawberry
is
flavored
yellow
crap
cake
is
and
good.
marble. So yeah, true.
To be
Literally
honest,
any like berry
don't-
flavored ice cream is not good.
I don't taste like I don't go out and order strawberry ice cream, so
That's my
I don't
next
know.
question.
I haven't had strawberry
Yeah.
ice cream to know.
If it's not candy, anything strawberry flavored is bad.
I don't even eat candy.
I
The only
don't like.
candies I eat
To
are
be
like
fair,
Hershey's
I don't
and
like,
Reese's, like chocolate based stuff.
Yeah, I don't like strawberry.
Hey Alec, what's up?
Oh, Alec, what the hell?
Yeah, Alex in the
Whoopsies,
chat.
Alec. We are going to bed.
Of course, as we're ending, yeah. Yeah, is
Yeah.
anyone still streaming after this, or are we all hopping off?
I'm hopping off.
I have work tomorrow, so I should probably hop off and get ready for that.
Okay.
I gained 10 levels tonight. That's not bad.
I gained
Just saying,
7?
what's up? Well, what's up, Alec?
Were you a level ahead of me last
But,
night?
yeah.
Zach? You might have been.
No, I think I was a level behind you when we started. But I'm pretty sure I was level 10 last night.
Well, now you're 2 behind.
Because I was level 9 when I came in today.
Okay, bye. See ya, Alec.
Alright, any more final questions for what's your favorite? Okay, favorite book.
Okay, sounds good, Jackie. Favorite book?
Anybody read?
Ooh,
Favorite
Okay,
book?
mine's a book series.
There is.
Mine's a book series.
so-
It's called Warriors.
Good night.
And yes, I
uh,
will count comic books as books because I know that
if-
Beck reads a lot of comics as well.
If I had to pick from the past, I'd say a series called Wolves of the Beyond.
I think I've heard about that.
Which is
Favorite
really
comic
good.
right here next to my desk.
Or if I had to choose something more recent, it's I'm Glad My Mom Died by Jeanette McCurdy. It was a really good book.
For Maggie, it's Diary of a Wimpy Kid.
I
But no, I have
heard
the
of that.
Nintendo Comic System
I
volume
haven't read
number
it.
1.
Mine is always going to be Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
And comics is going to be really hard to pick because I
Okay,
like comics.
mine is a book series
Hello.
called
Unfortunately, we're
Bone.
about to get off for the night.
Maggie says Little House on the Prairie.
Moon says
What?
Maximum Ride is a good book.
What'd you say, Vaughn?
I've not heard of that.
My favorite book series is called Bone.
Bone?
Bone?
Yes, it's the Bone series novel, graphic book.
The only
Graphic
Bone
novels.
I know is Bones, the TV show.
Hey,
Well, no, because
We
So
stream
it's-
creating
it's
every
about-
Monday.
here, hold on. Let me.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, this was created in 1990.
With exception. Every Monday with exception.
With exception, yes. It's a manga. Moon says Maximum Ride is a manga.
That's still a book, right? That's
Oh,
fine.
Yeah,
actually,
That's fine.
I mean,
Heck,
if I had to choose my
heck,
favorite
this might
manga,
be
it's
your
the
favorite
Persona 5
too.
manga.
I don't read manga.
Heck, obviously,
No.
we know what our favorite book is. Scott Pilgrim series.
that is really good. Yes.
Yes,
Speaking
and they're
of which,
making
I
it
actually
into
need
an
to catch up
animated
on my books.
series.
Yeah, I got a book I'm in right now.
Is
but
it getting an
I haven't
animated
finished
series?
it yet.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
I'm very behind in my reading.
So, hold on. Wait, where's the plot? There's no plot. I see no plot. God damn it.
There is no plot.
Dun dun dun.
Okay, actually, that's my favorite Oreo, vanilla. I like the golden Oreos.
Favorite type of Oreo. Oh yeah, you
just
love golden
normal,
Oreos.
Yeah,
normal double stuffed Oreos.
golden Oreos are solid. By the way, good night if I don't make it back to you. Yeah, good night, Moon.
Double stuffed Oreos are pretty good. I like the peanut butter Oreos.
Peanut butter Oreos are good too.
I like the themed ones, like
The only reason I
Halloween
don't
ones.
like
I love the Halloween ones.
the only reason I don't like double stuffed
okay.
Oreos is because they don't get as like soft whenever you dip it in milk. I always dip my Oreos in milk.
They get perfectly soft when you
Ooh,
dip them
mint
in.
is good. No, but the double stuff not as good
I don't like mint, like
The cookie
chocolate
gets
and
soft
mint.
enough.
Just feels wrong.
Chocolate and mint is a creation from the gods, Brett.
It's
and
so
you-
good. It is
I don't.
so
I
good.
don't like. The only chocolate mint I like is the Andes mints. That's it.
Andy's mints are good.
Okay, so here's the summary. So here's the summary for the first book.
Not a big mint fan. Lame.
For the book Bone,
Mhm.
it's called. So it's after being run out of bone
Andy's
veins,
candies
three
are
bone
good. Good night,
cousins,
Alex. Good
Phone
night, Moon.
Bone, Phony Bone, Smiley Bone, are separated in a vast uncharted desert. One by one, they find their way into a deep forest valley filled with wonderful and terrifying creatures. That's the first book.
Okay.
It's a really good series. I think it has like 9 to 10 books so far that I know. I used to read them a lot. So that's a good book series. Well,
Interesting.
time to say we end it off with a good night.
I think we ended
Oh,
off
yeah.
there, yeah.
Absolutely.
GG's, y'all. That
Yeah,
was
little bit of-
fun.
Little bit of book talk to end off the night, you know.
Yeah. A little bit
Book
of
and
Q&A.
Oreo.
Hey, Q&A is always nice.
I love
Yeah,
Q&As,
Book and Oreo.
honestly.
Yeah, you eat your
Yes.
Oreos while you're reading your book.
I don't because I don't
yeah.
like getting my books messy.
GG's,
But
all
sure.
that shit. Well, that's why you have it to the
Most of my books
side. You use a
digitally-
fork for your
digitally,
Oreo.
I don't actually.
I
I should,
do
but I
that.
don't.
I stab a fork through my Oreo and I
Yeah.
hold it in the milk. I
It's
drown
very
it.
smart.
Have a good night,
What the
Moon.
fuck?
I used to use a spoon and then carry it down there, but I've learned, yeah, fork is a lot easier.
You just get the stab.
Yeah. You just
Yeah.
Get
the
the
stab.
stab. Oh
You
no.
just stab the Oreo.
Knowing that he's also a
You get to
cult
live
leader,
out all your
that's
fantasies, such
yikes.
as stabbing.
You stab the Oreo, you drown it until it gets all nice. And
Oh my god.
Good night,
Jeez.
everybody. Have a good one. See you later.
Good night, everybody. Woo!
Holy shit.
See you guys on.
Alright, good night.
See you guys sometime.
Wednesday for Mario Kart.
Yeah, see ya. Oh
no,
yeah.
no. Friday for Mario Kart.
Friday for Mario Kart. Alex, are you
I will
doing
be there for that.
Pixels
Friday.
thing?
Yeah. Wait, what?
Sadly, I am not because I didn't realize how early it was going to be because I'll be at work.
How early is it gonna be?
He said it was going to be around like 5:30 our time because the Game Awards are at like 6:30 our time, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. He sent me an invitation to his Discord server because it's going to happen on his server. So if you're interested in doing it, message
Yeah,
him for that.
he sent me that too. I got that.
Wait, is the
Oh, okay,
wait,
cool.
when is the Game Awards?
Thursday.
Thursday.
Oh,
Yeah, he asked-
Thursday. Oh, bet.
Yeah, he asked if we wanted to do Among Us that night before the Game Awards, but I didn't realize how early the Game Awards were this year.
We'll discuss what Wednesday is. In
Sure.
chat then.
I really hope Sonic Frontiers wins like
And
the best
Beck
open
and I
world
have
game
Critical Role
of the year.
Thursday night, so
Yeah, best family game. There's like 3 Nintendo games on there, so I hope at least one of them gets it.
I think God of War is going to win Game of the Year, honestly.
I don't think it should.
I think it's gonna
I
be
think
Genshin Impact based off of like fan vote.
Elden Ring.
Oh,
Game of the
Jesus.
Year.
Yeah, no,
No, I
people
don't
were
want
going
that.
nuts over Genshin Impact.
Genshin's not even a Game of the Year contender.
Is it not? Okay, why
There's-
is
there's,
people
I don't
going
know the
crazy about it
contenders,
then?
if I'm honest.
I don't know.
God of War, Stray, Elden Ring,
Oh, it has.
Stray.
Oh, it has to be Stray, man.
Horizon,
Stray, yeah.
and Requiem: A Plague Tale.
I've never heard of
Huh.
that.
I think it should be Elden Ring. I think God of War came out way too late, and it's definitely going to win off recency bias, which I think is really dumb.
I
Elden
do
Ring
think it should be
is
Elden Ring.
definitely a
true.
really good contender. God of War is probably going to get it, yeah, because of like relevance. Stray also though, because I feel like a lot of people, even if they weren't gamers, got into Stray.
I think so too, but I don't think it's going to win Game of the Year off of
I
that.
don't think it's going to win Game of the Year, but it is
hey,
definitely going to get a
question.
nice.
It needs an
nice
award. It
place,
needs
you know?
an award.
I think
It
it's
needs
also up
something.
for art direction, which it might win.
That one it might get.
How
Yeah.
about best ongoing game of the year? So I
What?
think Fortnite should really win that.
Ongoing
right.
game of the year.
Yes.
What is?
'Cause I
What are
feel
the
like-
contenders for that?
Genshin Impact.
I have a feeling
Fucking
so it's going to
Genshin,
be
bro.
Genshin, Fortnite, Call of Duty, probably what was it? Arc?
If
Because Arc
Arc.
won
I
last year.
Out of
If
those
Sifu-
4 options, I feel like Genshin Impact would take it, if not that Fortnite.
if Sifu
Yeah.
doesn't win something, I'm going to be pissed.
Fortnite's got to win something. They're in their 4th chapter in 5 years.
Yeah, but a lot of people also are
So, I
like,
mean,
oh, it's either a baby game or it's doing too much or doing too little type of thing. So you never know. Fortnite
Yeah,
is like
but I
a,
mean,
like
with
a weird
the
thing.
with the new
Oh, yeah.
chapter hype though, I feel like with the new chapter hype though, it might carry it.
Xenoblade Chronicles
Maybe.
3 is also up for Game of the Year, but I
Oh,
didn't even know
man,
that came
I've-
out this year. So,
Oh yeah,
don't
I've
like
yet to play it.
Xenoblade.
I still need to finish 2. Have you played
let's
it
see.
before, or you just don't like the characters?
No, I've watched people play it. I haven't played it myself.
Best game direction: Elden Ring, God of War, Horizon, Immortality, and Stray. I think Stray is going to win best game
Stray
direction.
definitely.
Yeah.
Stray
What about
needs a fucking.
Feck, what about open world?
Best narrative: God of War is going to win that.
What are the contenders for narrative?
Same as Game of the Year. So it's it's
okay.
a Plague Tale, Elden Ring, God of War, Horizon, and then Immortality.
Mhm.
Art direction: Elden Ring, God of War, Horizon, Scorn, and Stray. I think Stray's going to win that.
Stray's gonna win that.
Yeah, definitely. I did so much for that game.
Is there open world contenders?
Should be.
I will tell you in just a second. I'm going through them one by one.
I
Yep.
do also want to hear about a family game.
Best score and music: A Plague Tale, Requiem, Elden Ring, God of War, Metal Hellsinger, which just sounds awesome, and Xenoblade Chronicles
It is. That is sick, but I think Xenoblade takes that.
3. I think Elden Ring's probably going to take that.
Oh, different opinions.
We'll see.
All right, best audio design: Call of Duty Modern Warfare,
Oh, jeez.
Elden Ring, God of War, Gran Turismo 7, and Horizon Forbidden West.
Elden
God
Ring
of War,
probably. Elden Ring or God of War.
Best voice acting performance:
Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, which has no voice acting whatsoever.
just the guy who plays Kratos.
Okay.
Yeah.
The kid who plays his son, and then people I don't know.
Trees.
The kid definitely between the two. I feel like he's had some pretty banger cutscenes.
Games for Impact: A Memoir Blue, As Dusk Falls, Citizen Sleeper, Endling, Extinction is Forever, Hindsight, and I Was a Teenage Exocolonist.
I have not heard
only
of a single one of those.
I've only heard of I Was a Teenage Exocolonist.
That sounds really
That
bad.
sounds like My Life as a Teenage Robot, like that show.
Dude, yeah.
I think
You're
it was
not
based
wrong.
off I Was a Teenage Anarchist.
Wow.
Best Ongoing: Apex Legends, Destiny 2,
No.
Final
no.
Fantasy 14 question mark? Fortnite and Genshin Impact.
Genshin Impact.
It's gotta
Okay,
be
so if
either
it's
between Fortnite or
XV1,
Genshin.
then it's 16. If it's X1V, it's 14.
So 14. Best Indie, Cult of the Lamb, Neon White, Sifu,
Ooh.
Stray, and Tunic.
It's between Cult of the Lamb or Stray.
I like seafood.
Wait,
I
for
want
what?
Sifu to win so bad, but I know it's not going to.
For what category?
Best Indie.
Indie. Oh, okay. No, Stray.
I feel like if you're a Game of the Year contender, you shouldn't be an indie contender.
You shouldn't be
Yeah.
excluding indies from Game of the Year because some indies take it.
Right, but you shouldn't be in the indie section if you've been nominated for Game of the Year, because that's kind of a given
Well,
at that point.
if you think God of War is a shoo-in, because I think God of War is unfortunately a shoo-in, either God of War or Elden Ring. I think Stray is going to take indie.
Yeah, Stray has to take indie.
I want Sifu to win so bad.
I haven't heard
Best-
of Sifu, so I have no idea.
Best mobile game: Apex Legends Mobile, Diablo Immortal, Genshin Impact, Marvel
Genshin.
Snap, and Tower of Fantasy.
Apex or
Marvel
Genshin.
Snap is already in there?
I guess.
There's been a lot of ads about it, but I haven't heard many good things about it.
Genshin is unfortunate.
I voted for Tower of Fantasy because its thumbnail is an anime lady.
You know, I will look that up right now.
Diablo
Best community
is
support.
really good.
Sponsored by Discord, Apex Legends, Destiny 2, Final Fantasy 14, Fortnite, and No Man's Sky.
No Man's Sky.
Why the F is No Man's Sky in this bitch?
Nobody plays that
Innovation-
game anymore. Surprising.
Innovation and accessibility: As Dusk Falls, God of War, Return to Monkey Island, The Last of Us Part 1, and The Quarry.
Oh, the
Last
glory.
of Us.
Best VR AR: After the Fall, Among Us VR, Bone
Ooh.
Lab, Moss Book 2, and Red Matter 2. I think Among
It's
Us
gotta
is
be
going to win.
Among
is gonna
Us
win
would be
that.
very good. I've seen so many good TikToks about that.
That hype
Best-
is very strong.
Best Action Game: Bayonetta 3, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, Neon White, Sifu, or Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles: Shredder's Revenge. I hope Sifu wins because it is sick.
Bayonetta is a
I'd
pretty
go for
strong
Sifu on
contender
that one.
to.
So good.
Oh, I might have to take seafood in that.
You guys should definitely check out. It's super good. It's a martial arts game. Every time you lose, you age because you go away to train and then you come back.
Yeah, I've seen
It's
that.
really
It's a very good concept.
Best Action Adventure: A Plague Tale, God of War, Horizon, Stray, or Tunic.
Horizon.
Stray.
Horizon is really good though.
I
Horizon
voted
is
for
really
Tunic
good.
because it's a fox that looks like Link. Best
about
role
right.
playing: Elden Ring, Live A Live, Pokemon Legends Arceus, Triangle Strategy,
Ooh,
and Xenoblade 3.
Arceus.
I don't think that's gonna win because I think everybody forgot it came out this year.
Honestly, yeah, because it did come out very early this year. But if it was like any closer to Game Awards, though,
Best
because like
fighting
people
game.
still say that game is better than Scarlet and Violet, which just came out.
Street
Best
Fighter
fighting
6 is
game:
gonna be in there.
DNF Duel, JoJo's Bizarre Adventures, King of Fighters 15, Multiverses, or Sifu. Sifu better win that.
Yeah, I was about to say
I think
Multiverses.
Multiverses.
Multiverses
Multiverses.
died so soon, though.
Mm,
It died so soon, though.
yeah,
I
you're
think it's
right.
gonna be JoJo or Sifu.
Yeah, I still play it because like it's fun, but like the
Are all the
community died
categories
so
with
quickly.
Sifu gonna be fax vote?
Yeah.
If they don't get a
Best-
single one, though, imagine.
Best family game of the year:
Yeah, lots of Nintendo here.
Kirby and the Forgotten Land,
Banger game, finished 100%.
Lego Star Wars,
Yes, please.
Mario and Rabbids Sparks of Hope,
Banger game,
Ooh,
haven't
that's a
played it
good
yet though.
Nintendo Switch Sports,
Banger game, play it every day.
Splatoon 3.
Banger game, play it every day.
Lego Star Wars.
Thing is, though, Splatoon 3 isn't really a family game, though, because it's only single local multiplayer. I don't
I
get
think-
why it's here. It's
I
just
think
bright and
Kirby
colorful.
wins that one.
Kirby
Kirby
has to win
wins
that
that.
one.
Lego Star Wars.
Best Sim strategy game: Dune, Space Wars, Mario Rabbids Sparks of Hope,
No.
Solid.
Total War Warhammer 3, 2 Point Campus, and Victoria 3.
Mario Rabbids.
And then everything after. Oh wait, best sports and racing game: F1, FIFA, NBA, Gran Turismo, Ollie Ollie World.
Don't care
FIFA.
about single one.
It's got to be FIFA, honestly.
No fucking idea.
I know that so well because like a lot of people have been playing the new FIFA 23 game, and because of the World Cup also.
Now
Yeah,
this
World Cup
is
hype.
gonna be a big one. I feel like this is gonna be a close race across the board. Best multiplayer: Call of Duty, Multiverses,
Mm.
Overwatch,
Ooh.
fuck.
Splatoon,
Yeah.
and then I feel like this game's just gonna get wiped. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles: Shredder's Revenge.
I
Yeah,
would
no,
say
that
Splatoon
one
I
was
or
think
like that.
Overwatch 2
Overwatch.
might
I think
win that.
Overwatch actually takes
Question.
it. I think Overwatch takes it though.
Is it Overwatch or Overwatch 2? Would they
Overwatch
make
2.
that specification?
Overwatch 2.
Okay.
Overwatch 2.
Because that's this year's game. He said Splatoon, but Splatoon came out in 2016.
Yeah.
And then the rest are people in esports teams. If you guys want to hear about those.
Nope.
I'm. No,
I don't follow
have to hop off.
esports. I want to. I
Yeah,
do want to
okay.
do like that fantasy
hold on.
league stuff with.
Best debut indie:
Debut
Neon
indie.
White, Norco,
I still need to play that. Neon White.
Stray, Tunic, and Vampire Survivors. I think that's gonna go to Stray.
Stray.
Yeah, Stray has to.
Stray.
But I
Best-
do want to play Neon White though.
Best anime adaptation:
Oh.
Ooh.
Arcane, Cyberpunk,
Fuck.
Ooh.
Cuphead,
Ooh.
Oh.
Sonic 2, and Uncharted. Wait, so not
Cyberpunk.
anime
Did you say
adaptation,
Sonic
just
2?
adaptation in general.
Cyberpunk.
So, I think Cyberpunk or Arcane takes it.
I think
Wait,
Arcane or Uncharted.
Cuphead is banger, but I
You said
feel
Sonic the
like,
Hedgehog 2?
Yeah,
I feel like Cuphead's more genuine to the
Oh, I
original
was-
content.
I feel like reviews for Uncharted were too mixed, and Arcane and Cyberpunk are both like they were highly praised.
Yeah, they were really
Those two
fucking
were
good.
highly praised, including Sonic the
Was
Hedgehog
Cyberpunk
2.
praised that much?
Yes. Oh my
Yeah.
god, yes.
The
The
game itself
Cyberpunk,
had pretty low reviews, but the anime
Arcane-
adaptation was banger.
The anime got amazing
fair.
reviews.
Yeah, Arcane, Cyberpunk, and Sonic the Hedgehog 2 movie got really good reviews.
I think
But
when
I
it
feel
comes
like-
to Arcane and Cyberpunk, they wipe Sonic easily.
I
Yeah, they
genuinely
would.
think Arcane might win though.
Arcane might win that one because Arcane was actually beautiful. I
I
saw
think
it.
Cyberpunk might win because of recency bias.
Yeah, honestly, probably.
Most anticipated game. I already know it's winning this.
Being
The options are Final Fantasy 16,
Oh, jeez.
Hogwarts Legacy,
mm,
Resident Evil 4 remake,
Oh,
Starfield, or The Legend of Zelda: Tears of the Kingdom.
Tears of the Kingdom.
I think it might be Tears of the Kingdom. Yeah.
Not
No,
even a fucking competition.
I think I think Zelda wins that one.
I mean, over Final Fantasy especially.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
Sorry,
Final
but
Fantasy,
y'all gotta
like,
fucking get that
yeah.
shit away, please.
fix
I
your
think-
shit, please. Take
I
a year
think-
off.
I think Final Fantasy like definitely not winning anything. I think
Give us
Hogwarts,
part 2 to Final Fantasy 7, please.
I think Hogwarts Legacy isn't
No,
gonna
it's shit.
go anywhere.
Hogwarts Legacy is shit.
Resident Evil 4. People are excited for that, but I don't think it's most anticipated because
Yeah,
it's a
no,
remake,
Re4 is a remake, so.
and I don't think anyone remembered Starfield was coming out. So
I would love for Resi to be like the winner there, but I doubt it.
and now everything else is esports.
Yeah, okay.
All
Yeah,
right.
definitely Tears of the Kingdom, though.
Damn,
that
no,
one.
no open world categories? Wow.
No.
Damn.
Wait, there is an open world.
You're just really hoping for Sonic, yeah.
The Sonic Frontiers has got to win that one. At least.
It's not up to win anything. It's not in the Game Awards at all.
Yeah, because if they had open
No,
world, then
well,
Scarlet Violet would have been mentioned at least, but that wasn't even mentioned.
no, because I saw on Instagram that Tails channel said that Sonic Frontiers was nominated into the
Let
Game
me
Awards.
see.
I didn't
Game
see it
Yeah,
of
anywhere.
I'm
the
looking.
oh, hang on. Game of the Year
We're not nominated as
Awards
Game of the Year, but
open world category.
Content Creator of the Year: Carl Jacobs, Ludwig,
Ooh,
Rebellion,
it might be Ludwig.
Nobru, QT
man,
Cinderella. I think Ludwig wins that.
Ludwig for
or
sure.
Nobru. Or Nobru.
If not, then it's Carl Jacobs. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Didn't Ludwig do like the streamathon this year? So I feel
Yeah,
like
he did do that uncapped subathon for a full month.
That was
Yeah,
not this
I
year.
think-
That was last year. That was not this
was
year.
it?
That was
Was that last year?
still on Twitch. He's on YouTube.
That was still Twitch. Okay, I wasn't sure how long he's been
That
on
was-
YouTube.
yeah,
I thought
that
that
was-
was
that was
earlier
last
this
year.
year.
Nope.
Well, I still think it's gonna be him.
It has to
I
be,
do
so.
think he's a very strong contender. Absolutely.
Didn't he do another one where he live streamed live from a box for like 3 days?
That was the one he just did, yeah.
Yeah, he just did that
Yeah.
one.
Yeah, so Sonic Frontiers will face against Elden Ring, Genshin Impact, God of War, and Stray.
In what?
In what
Open world.
category? I don't
There's-
see open world.
It says
There
the
is
open.
no open world category on the
Yeah,
Game Awards.
Vaughn, I'm looking at it right now.
That's weird.
Yeah, it's not here.
That's probably a different Game Award thing.
Yeah, because this was posted by Tails channel. Sonic Frontiers takes the early lead in the second round of the Game Awards Players Voice Popular Vote category. Oh, Players Voice Popular Vote.
Yeah, this
Is
is
that a thing?
players.
All right, well, goodbye for real this time. I have stuff to do before I.
Yeah, goodbye
Go to
for
work
real,
tonight.
y'all.
Yeah,
Yup.
we should.
Have a
Alright.
good night.
GG's, all of that. And catch you guys when we play again.
Peace.
Yep.
Have a good one.
All right, see ya.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
See ya at some point. Because I don't know
Yeah.
when you're gonna fucking get on again, bitch.
I don't know either. You'll at least see me Thursday for Critical Role.
That's true. Will you be on call though?
Not right away because I'm probably gonna have to pick
You
up Shy.
fuck.
I'm sorry. Blame Shy for that.
I will never blame Shy. I am only blaming you. I will never blame Shy.
It's okay. Britt's not gonna blame you ever anyway.
Love you, Shy.
Britt loves you. Well, so yeah, I'll be on. I just won't be on right away because I'll have to pick up Shy.
Alright.
I mean, I could just leave them there if you don't want me to do that.
I wouldn't.
I'll put it on-
I wouldn't
put it
want
on
you
you
to do
now.
that. I just think that you're an ass.
All right, later.
Why can't you be two people? You talk about the other guy so much. Why can't you be two
I'm
people?
sorry, I'll just learn to clone myself. I'll just learn to split into two people like a cell.
Split. Feck is one person. The other guy is the other guy.
just learn to become two people. I'll split my personalities.
Oh wait, then I might get the Feck that talks in the third person. Maybe not. Hold on.
Yeah. Imagine you just never learned to speak the right way.
Alright. Have a good night.
Later.
I'll at least talk to you tomorrow, so.
Yeah.
Peace. Alright. We all done. And. Sorry, I keep looking at the advent calendar box. I hope you guys enjoyed tonight's stream. Another long one. I am perfectly okay with the longer ones. It's more fun to hang out with you guys. More fun to honestly hang out with my friends. It is very late though. I need to go to bed. I hope you guys enjoyed this stream. If you did, follow. Stick around. Be here. Love seeing you. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Hold on. I need to turn on my music, my dumb ass. Alright. Peace out. Have a good night.